so I can collect it. Hi.
So I guess you've got two windows to double check who you're focusing on, right? In the encoder or also the live, because this is on YouTube, which is going live. Yeah, on the encoder. But usually because this window in the encoder you have to kind of scroll. You see it's not responsive. Yeah, so what the public is seeing, you might also see time after time. Yeah. I'm already streaming.
Okay.
This is fine. Yeah.
Do you know how to do the Zoom?
Yeah.
Okay. I've got it on very slow. The main thing is you actually got to look at it, really, or there, or whatever. Yeah. This one's, the best shot on this is this. So, slide this like this. Then you'll see, there, that's the one edge. And that's the other edge. Okay, then unfortunately, okay. But generally, if people's heads are in, you're fine. You know what I'm saying? So there, you won't be cutting anybody's head off, and your left right's fine. So zoom on him would be kind of. But you got to look at that guy, man. And unfortunately, it's on the wrong side of the camera. Cool. Are we fairly? No, that's okay. This over here. I'm going to tighten that a little bit. It's called drag.
Oh, okay.
No,
This is the HDD placement for the DBX 100.
Yeah.
yeah, the previous one.
And the pictures are almost the same.
Yeah, whatever you do, just do it slowly. And you're fine. Okay. But you definitely your opening shot's going to be this. Okay, as wide as possible. And sort of like there. Like that kind of thing. You know. To give a grand shot, like, you know. And then once people, you know, as he talks for a little bit, you slowly got to go in there. If any delegates talk, you cover them. Sorry, I just didn't check. Can you just do something?
Yeah. Calling Andre. Happy. Great.
nice shoes.
Thank you.
Let's not go into a semantic quibbling about.
Oh, okay. These shoes are made by a woman called Hawk. Very lovely set of women who are just trying to make it happen. So yeah, if we want to call them shoes, let's call them shoes.
Yeah, someplace in case we need to leave early. Also, morning.
Morning. No, not yet.
Sorry. These chairs are a challenge.
Maybe afternoon.
What I don't like about it is like you can listen to it, but then people know that there's 7 people that it becomes problematic. No, I don't want to say it, and then I'm like, I don't know the issues well enough to be like,
You're lying.
Jess!
It's taken forever for people to prepare the coffee.
What coffee?
Let me just check if there's some. Do we have anybody out in the foyer and all that? Good morning. Good morning. Whilst we just wait a bit, maybe give it another 5 minutes or so, clearly these networking events take their toll. And I think next conference must not have any networking events. There should be no evening events. You know, we all close off and lights out at 8 p.m., you know. But so whilst we wait for a few more people to come in, I thought, could we have one conversation, please? Excuse me. Okay, thanks. I thought we could ask you for suggestions. Excuse me, the gentleman in your cell phone, please, could you just walk out, make your call outside? Okay. Could I just ask if you have any ideas on a possible theme or topic for our 20th anniversary? Anything that you have in mind? Comrade Guy Bega, Comrade Takura Jangaja. Go on. I know I've caught you off guard, but please, what should we focus on? It doesn't need to be something that is well formulated, but some ideas. Where? Please just move to the mics, you know. You could just go to the mic.
Oh, how can the youth start? Oh, I'm still tired from yesterday. Can the media help the youth start a revolution that lasts? Can the media help the youth start a revolution that can last? That's my theme.
Some rebels here. Just because we are no longer in that bracket. Okay, let's leave it at that. Okay, that's one suggestion. I'm not so sure how we're going to frame it, but it's coming. Guy, you definitely have ideas.
So next year is the start of these Sustainable Development Goals. And it will go for 15 years, and it covers a lot of issues: climate change, gender empowerment, education, urbanization, and also access to information. So I think it's a good thing to try to say, where does media position itself in relation to these Sustainable Development Goals?
Okay. Thanks so much for that, Guy. Mitch, you always have ideas? You do. I'm putting you on the spot.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know, Chris.
But you're giving a keynote next year, so what are you going to do?
You keep threatening. I think I like the youth idea. I think that's quite an interesting thing because what I find, especially around Africa, is that the media is so preoccupied with very, very big issues, and the biggest issue in Africa is youth unemployment. I mean, it's a continent with the majority of population are the youth. So I don't know about revolutions, but I do think how can the media help its youth take tomorrow, essentially?
Okay. Media, youth, and tomorrow. Okay. You are not challenged enough by Eric Chinje last night? Okay, this evening it's all water. No other kind of drink will be served. Okay. The headmaster has spoken. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Anthea?
I want to agree with Mesh. Because if you think about, is this on?
Yes,
You can
yes
hear me.
it is.
If you think about the population of cities, you know, so that was the other thing in preparation for making some remarks, you know, about this conference. You know, cities are not only becoming hugely populated, so the human population will be more in cities than in rural areas very shortly. But, you know, most cities have massively big populations of people under the age of 35 and under the age of 25. And then also Africa has a fantastically huge young population. So it would be a wonderful, wonderful theme. And then, Chris, my research project can partner with you. And we can sort of pull on a whole lot of, you know, the research we've been doing. But I think you got to phrase it the way Mish did. Not just media, the youth, and tomorrow.
Okay.
How does media help the youth take tomorrow? The way
Yeah.
Mish said it.
Could you go into that research? So just our
Absolutely.
colleagues here.
So that's
yeah.
the
Ju-
research.
Just
okay.
speak a little bit
Just
about
tell
it
them a little
because
bit
then
about
it
it. Yeah,
gives us
okay.
some nuance.
So the research, the project is a media and citizenship project. So we started to say, Rhodes University had big stores of melon money about 4 or 5 years ago, and Rhodes asked for research proposals. And some of us in the School of Journalism and Media Studies said to Rhodes that actually, if you go looking through the media literature about, what media does in the world, it's taken for granted that media are these fantastic democratic instruments because they just provide information. But last night, as we heard the two speakers challenge the media present, the journalists present, about the fact that actually the kind of information very, very many media outlets are punting out there, is not necessarily the stuff people need to help them live their lives better. People want agriculture information, they want education information, and the media doesn't give it to them because the media is fixated on politics. So we then decided to put together a research project that would look into what actually should the media do in order to enable people to be citizens and take up their citizenship. And we started our research in the Eastern Cape, and then we started to get extremely fixated on young South Africans because they are hugely affected by the education system not being adequate and unemployment being horribly high. So our project has kind of like taken a turn, into how young South Africans actually can enact their citizenship in circumstances that are extremely dire, and we've done quite a lot of research in this province that shows that the media in this province doesn't even think about young people. They don't think about them as the future. So it's a bit depressing, but I mean we could certainly, bolster that theme with some further research and do it across the continent.
Okay. So certainly some good ideas there that we will explore. We'll defer then to the Highway Africa Steering Committee to take further these ideas, formulate them into a draft concept. We'll circulate that, and hopefully a couple of you will be able to input into that draft. So if I may just move into our proceedings, first with a few announcements. We're doing an evaluation of this conference, so you'll find a number of our students will give you questionnaires. I know nobody wants to fill in a questionnaire. It is something that gives you nightmares of immigration officers and all that. But please, these instruments do help us quite a lot. These are tools that we use to know whether certain things are working and others are not working, and how we can rectify or even improve our future conferences. So please do assist us on that. We have an exhibition that we're launching this afternoon at 4:30. It's not in the program, as scheduled in the program, but that's the Frontline States photographic exhibition. We're going to have that in the Albany Museum at 4:30. We will be, at that time, we'll be at the Africa Media Metrics building for workshops. Some might be down here because there'll be movies being screened here from 2:30 to 4:30. And next door, there'll be another workshop that will be taking place. So those people that are here and will just be ushered towards Albany Museum at 4:30. And those that will be at the Africa Media Metrics building, you'll be shuttled. You'll be jump on a shuttle and be ferried to Albany Museum for us to do the launch of this photographic exhibition. Then there's a little bit of a challenge with our facilities here. There's a burst water pipe, so our washrooms do not have running water at the moment. They are having to really ferry some, carry water into those spaces. We hope they rectify the problem soon. Then lastly, a cell phone was picked up. So if you have misplaced your mobile phone, please just approach me and, we can obviously go through some security checks and, give back that to you. So we'd like to go into our formal program. So if I may just do a quick overview. We'll kick off with our keynote address. Then we have a presentation from Edin Dopu. Then after that, we have a panel discussion. So this is all happening right in here in Eden Grove Red. Then we break for tea. We 20 minutes behind, so we're running late by 20 minutes, so we'll just factor that in. Then after our tea, we break into 2 sessions. The first session, which will take place here, is on the domain name system, Africa's Potential. We're in association with ICANN. Then the parallel session to that, which will be in Eden Grove Blue next door, is the draft online policy by South Africa's Film and Publications Board. That will take place, as I said, in Eden Grove Blue. Then around 1:20, 13:20, we break for lunch, again, as I said, Nelson Mandela. Then in the afternoon, we've got a number of workshops. The first workshop that you see there is not really for you. It's a competition, and the finalists are already in session. For it, it's in association with Hivos and Ushahidi. It's the Making All Voices Count competition. So you would have to then choose from the second one there, digital tools for the newsroom, media, human rights and communicable diseases, mediating the territory, technology, and relationship with community. And then the masterclass. That masterclass, you need story, but story is not enough. It will take place down here. It will not be up at the Africa Media Matrix. It will be in Eden Grove Blue. Then the science journalism for community media is not open. There are participants to it already that are funded by the National Research Foundation. So that again is closed, just like the first one I mentioned, the Making All Voices Count. Then there's the film screening I spoke about that will take place in this very venue at 2:30. Then in the evening at Nelson Mandela, again, we reconvene. That's our farewell reception. I'd like to thank Mish Atagana from Google, for kindly, supporting that. But let's not look forward to that as yet. Let's do the hard work here, as it were. And I know it's important for a lot of other people, but Pierre has to speak here, and let's engage, as it were. So if I may ask now Eric Chinje, whom you know now quite well. I don't need to introduce him. Pierre will introduce our keynote speaker. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, Eric. Just wanted to, yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Eric. Sorry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think Chris left the cell phone here. I'll just snatch it. You're welcome. I know we're talking about, the focus of everything has been journalism and the city. But what's really going to determine the nature of things on this continent over probably the next 50 years, century maybe, and beyond, still lies very much within the technology domain, and I think we should be probably paying more attention to the deeper implications of technology and its impact on the affairs of the continent. And as we think about that, it's important to assess that one mechanism or system that somehow regulates all of that. There may be many of you who've heard or not heard of ICANN. Does anybody know what ICANN stands for? ICANN. There you go. It's a great book. I was looking at it last night. All right, come down to 3, and if nobody takes it, I'll say it, and then I'll get that book. 3. I can. 2 people are excluded from saying this. All right, what is it? Yes, sir. Okay. All right. I didn't hear the first word there, but I'll take it that you said the right thing, internet. So that's it. That's, nothing. I didn't have electricity this morning, and I couldn't get on the net. I couldn't, there's a whole lot of things we cannot do today if you don't have access to the internet. And when you do, you have to be directed somewhere. You have to figure out where you want to go, and in all of that activity, in the back office, in a sense, of all of that, stands a giant organization called ICANN. And that's what we're going to be talking about in the next hour or so. And it is my pleasure to introduce the one African who gets it all, and who will guide us through that discussion. Mr. Pierre Dangino, who's from the Republic of Benin, but he's been all over the world, New York, Gabon, everywhere, is the Vice President for Stakeholder Affairs of ICANN. And he doesn't look like a technology geek, but he clearly, for someone who started so long ago when computers were just beginning to be known on this continent, he certainly had those tendencies of a technology geek. You'd see him in a minute. He worked at the United Nations, UNDP, the UN Development Program, for a long time as its ICT regional advisor. Prior to that, he'd been in Gabon. He was head of the ICT section of an organization in Gabon that handled Bantu affairs. I'm interested in knowing a little bit more about that. And of course, prior to that, he'd been head of a series of organizations, all of them kind of related to the ICT affairs. And at a time when nobody was talking about them, he was leading the thinking around it. So, Mr. Dangino, Pierre, merci beaucoup, soyez le bienvenu, et je vous laisse tout le monde. Hein? Ça sera en français, hein? En français aujourd'hui. No, kidding about that.
Thank you very much, Eric, and good morning to everyone. Definitely sorry for my English. I will try to do whatever I can. And then I'll switch to French if I cannot. Sorry about that. Well, actually, it's my pleasure to be at last, I would say, here, because I've been hearing about, Highway Africa. But we are here also because one of our colleagues, Anne Rachel, is quite used to this, and then prompted us to be here. So we came here in what I could call a kind of high delegation. I mean, we are at least 3 of us, and it's quite interesting, the exercise we've just gone through, meaning who knows about ICANN. And I did the same exercise in one of my meetings, and well, practically no one knew about this ICANN thing. But definitely, internet works, operates, is unique, is resilient because there's a back office. Because there are people who are actually working on how do you, because it's always about stories. You guys are telling stories, but internet is also about this. Internet is about numbers and names. The whole issue is just about how you you use those names and how you actually interpret, those names, with your numbers. So you heard about domain name, and certainly you also heard about, IP addresses. So the magic is the way you actually interconnect, those two kind of entities, and then it works. So when I was asked to actually deliver something on the digital citizen in Daba, of course, being from West Africa, I was still wondering, what is this Ndaba? And no one explained it to me, actually. Of course, I went to where you all know. Where did I go? Google, okay? That's where I heard that, well, this thing is actually about the kind of gathering, so meaning about, business. Actually coming from the Zulu language, okay? So certainly it's about, gathering together in a meeting and talking. And this is certainly what we should be doing here. I think the 2 days I've spent here and what I've heard, Chris, definitely prove that we were not wrong, in coming here. And if I could really take you back to what one of the director, my executive from MTN, was saying, and what so many of us said, be it your two kind of founding members, even your and Eric, the powerful message that Eric, sent to all of us. I think definitely Highway Africa is a place to be. And as ICANN, we certainly make sure that we do contribute, in the coming, years, because it's all about, spreading the word. And spreading the word the way probably it's been seen from Africa. I work in an environment which is much more global environment, sitting there in California, where sometimes we do believe that internet and its capacity are equally shared. No way. I might be having my 5 megabyte, in Los Angeles, but I'm certain that when I come to one of the African capitals, I'm getting practically nothing. By the way, when I'm in Africa and we do have our weekly calls, I'm always the one that is being asked to actually mute my line. And you know why I have to mute my line? Because the infrastructures for Africa are not at that level that really permit a fluent communication. Which definitely means one thing, that we still need to work on a few things if we are really to reap whatever benefits are there. Digital citizen in Daba. I think the topic fascinates in many ways. It is an interesting combination of two nouns, digital and citizen. Though digital is also an adjective. But then what makes a citizen digital? I think, could there be any other type of citizen? I hear some of digital natives, a term coined by US author Mark Prensky in 2001. But I hope none of you is a digital immigrant. While the term digital elicits different meanings to different set of people depending on your background, I think there is one thing that is unique and common across the board when we talk about digital. You know it, is the internet. But then, why is the internet key today? And let me highlight a few statistics, definitely pertaining to maybe globally, also African. We now know about it. Internet is pervasive, and I was with my colleague. We were trying to connect, and then we couldn't connect, and then it became an issue for us. You cannot connect and get your mail. For us, it's now becoming impossible, life. But global penetration grew from less than 1% in the 90s to almost 39% today. Simply put, from something like 20 million users of the internet, we now over 2.8 billion users, and we are yet working on the next 4 billion. And we know that the next 4 billion will be getting to it, because I hope you all know that even our computer, the way we know them, is going to disappear. We plan that in the coming 5 years, not many people really will be using any PC, because you had it in your hands, whatever it takes to get onto the internet and do whatever you would like to be doing. Mobile phone penetration is something also phenomenal, and some people say, well, at least this is where Africa is doing fine. Meaning of the billion, in terms of population in Africa, today we are counting something like 0.8 billion mobile users. I don't know whether it's really about mobile users, because we also know that people in a few places tend to have 2 or 3 different, mobile subscriptions, actually. From the country I come from, you better be on distant, mobile operators, network. So you end up having 3 or 4, phone, because you really want to be able to connect. Just because this interpenetration of the networks is not really happening. But of course, if I would just stop here and say, well, if we are using that mobile telephony from Africa, if we are really adopting this thing with such a great speed in Africa, how much are we contributing to actually producing this? We all know about the SIM cards, right? Are we really producing those SIM cards from Africa? We are proud that we are really adopting, the mobile telephony, but how much are we really contributing to this? In other words, what I want to say here is that we are good users, but are we really producing anything? My point is that internet, apart from the Facebook, the Google, definitely is a business. It's an industry. So the question we have to put ourselves is, where is Africa when it comes to this industry of the internet? Look at the broadband capacity in Africa. 10 to 15 cables today, surround Africa, which means that the capacity certainly is there, surrounding Africa. We are in hundreds of terabytes, ready capacity to serve Africa. But at the same time, we know that this capacity is just lying there near the sea, and that we still need to densify our networks, in the interland, so that we are in a capacity to actually bring this internet, within the villages in Africa. Countries such as Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger depends actually on the coastal neighbors to get hooked to this internet. So how are we doing about that? Because I think it was Telkom one of the executives from Telkom that was saying that what Africa needs is a good broadband connectivity that is cheap. I think he said it all. This is definitely what we should be. If we are talking about digital citizens, that's what we are expecting. You know, a good connectivity at cheaper cost. But this takes some homework to be done. And another issue that sometimes we need to also think about, and since you as media, you have to tell African story, you hear it, that Africa is the new frontier. And it's all over, in the news that it's only in Africa that you'll be having kind of 2-digit, growth. And this actually led Obama last month, when he stood in Kenya, he was saying that Africa is on the move. Now, question is, but then do Africans really think that they are on the move? I haven't seen much literature from Africa saying that, yes, definitely, we believe that we are the next frontier. This thing is coming to Africa from foreign media, from foreign people that really understand what it takes to be there. A few years ago, we were at one of the meetings in Botswana, talking about technologies, and one American stood up and then showed a few figures about oil production in Nigeria, and figure and perspectives, from 1 year to 10 years, what you might expect as oil, consumption and also production from Nigeria. In that room, there was one minister from Nigeria. He was shocked. And he said he's shocked because he has no clue. He doesn't know about those figures. And wondering how come this American could have those figures. And the answer was quite simple. People are interested in Africa because Africa has got its potential. So they do what it takes to know more about what the potential is. By saying this, I'm also alluding to some homework we need to do, which is about the statistics in Africa. How are we working on the statistics so that these statistics really describe the reality, from Africa? I think it's something we need to work on. The internet, of course, is today a cornerstone of a number of sectors in Africa, from consumer, business, education, security, healthcare, governance. While these sectors differ in their reliance on internet, the importance cannot be overstated. In fact, we only need to switch off the Wi-Fi in this room to test the fact. But then, let me maybe touch upon what I believe that Africa should be doing if we are really going to be that digital citizens and that use the potential of this technology to do a few things that I've been hearing, during those 2 days, especially things I've been hearing that's from I think the Swana mayor, talking about platform for the citizen. And then we've been talking about the SDGs that are going to replace the MDGs. Our colleague from UNESCO was alluding to that. It's quite important that we understand this tool is here to actually contribute to our prosperity if we are able to do exactly a few things. ICANN commissioned a report 2 years ago, and the report was conducted by the Boston Consulting Group, which came up with a few ideas that I would like to share here. They came up with the notion of e-frictions. E-frictions. Definitely, there are about 4 frictions that you cannot really or that you should reconcile with if you are ever to profit by the digital economy. Those frictions are, in their importance, the infrastructure. And then information. Industry and the people. So these are the four ingredients for any good uptake of the technology in society. So if you are to see how Africa is doing in terms of infrastructure, of course, there is a lot to be done again. But we can't do those things if only in the remit of the governments. Internet is just a disruptive technology. Internet is here to lead us to actually do things differently. I've been hearing leapfrogging for Africa. Definitely, it's possible. But this is only possible if we really put those things in the way they should be. So first thing first, it's about the infrastructure. Of course, things are happening in Africa, and I'm coming from one of those big meetings in Gabon, which is New York Forum for Africa. More than kind of 2,000 people gathering and talking about different aspects. And the theme for this year is transforming the energies in Africa. And the energies they were talking about is just one energy, it's the human being. How do you transform Africans? It all boils down to transforming the mentality. One of the transformations I spoke about was that Africa should just be the producer also of the internet industry, not just a consumer. And there are ways to do those things. We are seeing those things, with one or two examples from Africa, where now people has become assembling some of the phones so that it's cheaper for Africa. Of course, the issue is still about China. But maybe the good news is also that China is having its own issues, so that the African manpower is also going to be at a level where you can still produce some of those, devices from Africa. Definitely, a continent of 1 billion people cannot just be relying on others' production into the continent. This is not normal. And I believe, yet again, when you're talking about human capacities, we do have those capacities. When I go through Silicon Valley, I also meet Africans there. Some of them are doing, marvels there. All over Africa, we are having our digital competitions, And we are always surprised to see how this younger generation is embracing, these technologies. And most of the time, we just offer them $10,000, maybe $20,000. And then what do we do? What happens next to those young guys, geeks, but who would also like to be entrepreneurs? What do we do with them exactly? And by the way, most of those competitions are being paid for by whom? Google? MTN? Here and there, some local initiatives. I think we should do those things more and more. And apart from just giving out those awards, let's see exactly what type of mechanism, new financing mechanism we put together to nurture, these energies. Meaning, some of them are going to create big jobs. But we have to really know how to go by. Because if you don't do that, once you finish your awards giving ceremony, some of those guys are being approached by Silicon Valley. to offer them, whatever potential, job outside there, which is fine for them. But that normally should benefit the whole continent. So we need to get prepared to see how we really harness, what is there, the potential in the youth to embrace these technologies. So I spoke about the infrastructure that we need to put in place. Talking about infrastructure, I would like to also briefly present one idea of, is it metaphor, I don't know, that Fadi Shiradi, the CEO and president of ICANN has, when he has to explain the whole internet ecosystem. He says that we should just consider the whole thing as a table. And then you consider what is under your table. It's supposed to be your infrastructure. Whatever cables you're putting there, whatever VPN you are doing to secure your information, all of that is under the table. And then you have the platform of your table. That's where we are putting what we call the norms, the protocols that we use, the software packages. They are the platform. And then above your platform, that's where you put your applications and your services. So whatever you want to do in Africa, basically, we need to consider those sort of three layers. How are we doing in terms of, infrastructure? How are we doing to make sure that all citizens benefit from a robust internet at an affordable price? This is one question. Protocols and norms are important. We are all, in most countries, engaging in what you call e-governance, but they're also engaging in what I just call e-administration, meaning they just want to automatize some of the public services. Some of them are doing well, doing fine. And I will say there is no point for Africans to be waiting for a whole month to get the ID or even to get visa. Visa can be obtained in 48 hours if you do what it takes to do. And it's happening in a few places. You go to Rwanda, you'll see it. It's there. You go to Cape Verde, where they put to place a very interesting financial information system, which help them collect, taxes or whatever. And I think something like 97% they are collecting today. So these things really happen. And in an Africa which is, most of the business we are doing, 50 to 60% of them are in what we call the informal dimension, meaning sometimes these are figures that really escape analysis from the World Bank and whoever is up there. Africa is growing, but it's growing in kind of, informalities. Well, the place I come from, as about 80% is informal economy. It's employing 90% of the population. But these are not things that you see, in the reports. We need to reconcile those things, and using technology can help us do it. I spoke about the infrastructure. Of course, there is information we do access. At a time, 90%, even 95% of whatever information was on the web and concerning Africa was to be seen outside from Africa. Most of it happened because, of course, people are interested and put those things there, up there on the net. So what are we doing in Africa to make sure that this information that's useful for development is still handled and is still put up there on the web? And don't tell me language is the issue. Language can be an issue, but we do have what it takes today to translate every language onto the internet. Internet is no more about English language, French or Spanish. You can also put all your languages on the net. We do have something we call IDN, internationalized domain names, whereby if you really work on it, you may put up there your languages. In Africa, I think only Arabic is the one that's already on the net. And this is something that we should be doing in Africa, so that the people can access the internet the way the Chinese are accessing the internet today, in their own languages. They don't have to type scripts, in English language or French language. So this is possible, but you have to work on that. And then the industry, I spoke about it. You have to be part of the industry. You have to be earning money out of the industry. We are going to talk about the DNS today, but the point is that DNS is money there as well. And this is something that we should consider, that we need to create opportunities, and part of these opportunities is about what we are really doing with our domain names. Now, we need to impact the entrepreneurial skills to our youth. You know it, 70 to 75% of Africans are under 35 years old, which is quite important. We then need to create a situation whereby they get into the entrepreneurship. They don't just wait for the government to provide whatever job is there. So not just using social media to fulfill whatever we are doing, but also being part of it, being innovative enough to this. So I think innovation is key to African uptake of the technology. I was happy yesterday to listen to the colleague from MTN exposing what they are doing in terms of the Internet of the Things, which is quite important. But we need to get prepared also for this Internet of the Things. Internet of the Things depends on IPv6. It's a protocol. And as I said, Internet relies on the protocol. IPv4, and then we are moving on to IPv6, which is kind of much more robust protocol. But you know what? IPv4 is no longer available in the world apart from in Africa. Meaning Africa is only one place where you do have 80% of our pool of IPv4. Africa has not consumed its IP the way other regions, consume those. A question you might be putting to me is, but why go onto IPv6 if you still have this big pool of IPv4? The reason is quite simple. The whole world will be moving into IPv6. So you just have to keep your IPv4 for yourself. So we need to embrace IPv6. As of today, I think apart from South Africa and Egypt, not other African countries are really embracing, IPv6. It's key. It's fundamental to some of the good things that we saw yesterday, being shown by the MTN guy, and even from guy from the US that put up a few solutions, because it's about solutions. So yes, there are a few homework to be done. I believe we are using the internet. And you all know about some of the things coming from Africa. You know about the financial inclusion, for instance, with the M-Pesa, what it has done, at least in Kenya and other places. We know about the health inclusion. The e-health projects are all over the place. We also are talking about efficient government in Africa. situation today is that some of, in fact, most of those initiatives are being spearheaded by foreigners, which is good. I think we just need to think about government now being behind the wheel, driving this sort of, different initiatives, and you'll see the difference that could make. I believe the openness of the internet is key to sustaining the growth, and hence must be guarded at all costs. Now I'm talking language we used to talk within ICANN. Keep internet unique, because there are risks that we do have. We balkanize the internet. There are risks on that. Of course, that is partly what ICANN does in the ecosystem. Make sure that domain name and IP addresses works properly, that we do have an interoperable internet, which is, of course, otherwise a network of hundreds of other networks. But then I cannot end this talk without insisting on a few things, which for me is paramount. It's about the role of the media in all of this. If you want to tell about African stories the way it is, you got to know about these African stories. So we believe that if you want to spread the word, you also need to really know exactly what is happening in Africa. So as far as digital economy is concerned, definitely, I do believe that it's important that we make sure that the media is at par with the stakes that are behind the digital economy, because there are stakes there, definitely. And if you don't explain to countries why they should embrace this, apart from 2 or 3 African countries, the rest will still be, lagging behind because they haven't understood the thing. It's quite simple. We were at one of those meetings we call Smart Africa. For some of you who knows about Smart Africa, these are initiatives, spearheaded by President Kagame. It's about smart cities, smart everything. And he invited 7 of his peers, president, to talk about Smart Africa. And you could see the difference. Because then this head of state was just talking in terms of 4Gs, why they should get involved and adopt 4Gs in the countries, why they should be having a massive program for the schools, massive program for the e-inclusion for the population. And you could see most of those head of states, shying away because they don't really understand what he was talking about. So it means at that level, we need to impart the knowledge that there are benefits to be reaped from the digital economy. Of course, it doesn't come without, some issues, cyber security, cyber threats. They are all there. But at the same time, we know how to deal with those. So what is important is that a country also work on that. Question we also put is, well, this internet of yours, how about freedom of expression? How about human rights? All these are quite interesting questions. But I still think that the media, you should be the one at the forefront to really let us know exactly what are the stakes and what we should be doing. I think these are urgent tasks if you really want to transform Africa and really have Africa on the move. So I wish you to encourage, I wish to encourage you to embrace that mission. And I think Eric yesterday put it ably, what is to be done on the media part. ICANN will assist in whatever form, but then I can only encourage you to be part of the ICANN's ecosystem. Participate to policy development within ICANN. It is important. You don't just talk about internet governance, you need to be part of it. And it is open to all. We believe that all voices count, on this multi-stakeholder model that ICANN is actually pushing forward, and we would like you to be part of it. On that note, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pierre. If you just wait a bit. Any burning questions? One or two questions from the audience? Pierre? Is this all Greek? Internet governance? Okay. Okay. Question right here.
I still don't know what ICANN stands for exactly. I think it was mentioned earlier, but I don't feel like I got a confirmation what it actually fully stands for.
Okay, then I succeeded because I didn't want to talk about ICANN at all. No, it's okay. It's okay. But they said it's the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. And what I try to allude to is what ICANN does, which is ICANN coordinates. Those names and numbers, we call them critical resources for the Internet. Of course, ICANN also coordinates the root servers. All of those are important for Internet to really work. So that's what ICANN does. Okay.
And a round of applause for thank you so much for coming with a little of my usual presence here. Just wait. Okay. You're born in Africa. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. But Pierre, thank you so much as well for the affirmation of the partnership of ICANN and Highway Africa. We hope to deepen that. I think your presence as Vice President, Stakeholder Management Engagement, will enable us, because now you're here, it's not easy to translate some of the things that we do here on paper, but you coming in, experiencing it, means that you'll be able to give us some ideas on how we can engage in 2016 and beyond. So thank you once again. We'll now move on to our next presenter. Is Edward Ndopu. It always sounds strange when I call you Edward, because everybody calls you Eddie. And I'm looking for your resume here, Eddie. I got you, isn't it? Okay. Yep, I got it. So Eddie currently heads Amnesty International's Youth Engagement Program for Africa, based in the Human Rights Watchdog's Johannesburg Regional Office. He mobilizes young people throughout Africa to take injustice personally. Previously to this, Eddie served as Programs and Partnerships Associate for Global Minimum Incorporated, a social innovation enterprise in partnership with the Clinton Global Initiative. Eddie is passionate about how young people can take back Africa from the politicians and from other forces, as it were, that he feels have compromised our future, our current, our present, and our future. And Eddie will speak to a campaign that they launched recently, which is Africa Not for Sale. So Eddie, will allow you now to speak. So let us welcome Eddie, please. Thank you. Okay. Could we give you a lapel mic? And you speak with the lapel? Yeah, just one with the lapel.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Awesome. It's really amazing to be here, and I'd like to start off by thanking Chris and the entire Highway Africa family for the gracious invitation. And I'm part of an Amnesty delegation. So specifically, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our Deputy Regional Director responsible for campaigns here in Southern Africa, my incredible boss, Ms. Monea. And I'd like to thank all of you for being here. I've met some really incredible people over the last day and a half. It truly is an extraordinary gathering. And I was particularly moved at the very beginning of today's proceedings when we spoke about the involvement of young people as agents of positive change, young people as active stakeholders in shaping the discourse. And so I think that it is incumbent on all of us to think about the ways in which young people, as the largest demographic in the continent, can play a meaningful role in the various discourses that we are unpacking. So I'm 24 years old. I am the Regional Activism and Youth Coordinator for Africa with Amnesty International. And as Chris mentioned, my role is to inspire young people throughout Africa to take injustice personally. And one of the ways that we are doing this as a human rights organization is to critically engage the Africa Rising narrative. So have we all heard about the Africa Rising narrative? Yes. So we know that approximately seven of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world are in sub-Saharan Africa. We've heard the discourse, we've heard this narrative. Africa is on the move, and Africa is the new destination for business. Now, this is all very well and good, but when we look at what's happening on the ground, there seems to be a disjuncture, a gap between the Africa Rising narrative and the socioeconomic realities on the ground. As was mentioned earlier, youth unemployment is essentially a ticking time bomb. And this is a trend across all of our countries in the continent. We also see that still today, about 70% of young people live on less than $2 a day. So how can this be? How can, on the one hand, we speak about Africa being on the move, and on the other hand, we see that young people are disenfranchised on an epic scale? By the year 2050, half of the world's youth will be in sub-Saharan Africa. Yet, when we look at the composition of our parliaments, we find that young people are still sidelined in decision-making processes. We don't see enough young people that are in leadership positions actively shaping the discourse. So this is a human rights issue for many reasons. Africa is growing, but yet we see that money doesn't stay in the continent. We've heard about illicit financial flows. Billions of dollars leave the continent every year, but that money does not come back. And this is money that can be used to support social and economic rights, the right to education, the right to health care, building infrastructure. So we need to be a little bit more critical when we talk about the Africa Rising narrative and recognize that Africa cannot possibly rise without Africans themselves rising as well. And this means that young people need to be front and center of the discourse. So that is what Africa Not for Sale is. Africa Not for Sale is an ambitious campaign spearheaded by Amnesty International in partnership with young people across Africa to ensure that young people's right to development is secured within the context of Africa Rising, to ensure that the money that leaves the continent is redeployed in service of human rights and redeployed in service of the socioeconomic well-being of the continent and the continent's future. We know that young people are the future of the continent, but I'll also add that young people are today's leaders as well. I am so inspired by the young people that I get to meet every day who are at the forefront of social movements in their communities in different parts of the region. So this is about Africa rising, the recognition that we all need to rise in order for the continent to prosper. And so, as storytellers, as journalists, as media pundits in the room, I am calling upon all of you to reframe the narrative of Africa Rising in such a way that young people's human rights are centered. There are two ways that you can support what we do. The first is to really join Amnesty International as members and really take action on behalf of people whose voices are silenced. We are in the business of amplifying people's voices, people who've experienced trauma, people who've experienced grave human rights abuses, and we need people to demonstrate solidarity with all of these people whose voices are silenced. So that's one way you can support the work that we do. The second is really to make yourselves available by helping us to reach out to young people, to tap into youth constituencies and get them to join the Africa Not for Sale campaign, and also to show solidarity with young human rights defenders who are trying to speak truth to power, who are really trying to tackle injustice head on. And within the context of Africa Rising, we see that young people are more precarious. Young people's livelihoods are affected, inequality has deepened, poverty has deepened, and unemployment has deepened. So I invite all of you to join me on the front lines of change and dignity for young people. Thank you. Awesome. So I'm happy to take questions. I'm not sure where Chris is, but yeah, for sure.
Thank you so much for that. Is this thing on? Yes. Thank you so much for that. I think it's incredibly important that we understand the ticking time bomb that is the youth problem. And it's not their fault that they have been put in a position like this. I was discussing with someone at dinner last night about, I was born in Nigeria, and every time I talk to Nigerians about the country, they talk about how they have given up hope on the government to save Nigeria, and they are going to save Nigeria themselves, and they will succeed in spite of their government. And I think a lot of African youths are starting to wake up to that as well, that they need to survive and they need to succeed in spite of their government. And it's really important that Amnesty International is saying that Africa is not for sale, because Africa practically belongs to China right now. And that is terrible. It is terrifying that we have allowed our continent to be taken by a different kind of colonialism. And people always talk about this PR problem that we have, and that's why we found ourselves in this situation. But it is a discourse problem that Africa has. And it is the youth that needs to rise up and change that discourse, like we tell our stories. So how do you think that individuals, if they don't have the means to join Amnesty International, the movement, how can individuals in their daily movements change this narrative? How can they in their daily movements be part of this change that we keep talking about?
Thank you. That's a really great question. Well, I think the best way to do that is to be in community with like-minded people. I mean, you mentioned that your example, I think, is so illustrative of what's happening. I do see that many young Africans are waking up to the realization that the destiny of our destiny as a continent is in our hands, and that we need to join forces. We need to put our heads together to envision a different Africa and go after that Africa. And that's what Africa Not for Sale is about. And I think that is the power of a movement like Amnesty International. It's made up of ordinary people, 7 million members, supporters, and activists around the world who are ordinary across the board. And that level of solidarity, I think, is what it will take to transform this continent to ensure that it's not auctioned off to the highest bidder. Yes, at the back there, yeah.
Oh, thank you for choosing me to speak. I appreciate it a lot. You know, I'm a community journalist from the rural areas in Limpopo, and on the other side, I'm just an activist. And I know Amnesty International because I'm with La Via Campesina, the peasant movement, and they've been supporting us in most of our activities. And I'm part of the youth in Africa region, Southern Africa and Eastern region. You know, I just want to, looking in South Africa, rural area, we're losing too much youth to urban areas. As manpower to the rural area because they want to get good things. So I want to know the educational system, what is the mindset of the youth that when they pass matric, they have to go to Joburg, they have to go to study in Cape Town, those places, so we don't have manpower of activists in rural areas. Actually, what do you think we can do? I'm recruiting every day, but I know once they pass matric, they have to leave the area.
I'm wondering if we should take maybe another question. We can answer them together.
Hi, my name is Koliwe. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm actually part of a social democratic movement in Zimbabwe, and we have a lot of youth that are volunteering. But I'm just wondering whether there's actually an acknowledgement around the barriers or the gaps that are there in terms of the youth actually being in touch with their economic, social, and political realities. I mean, even when you look at on the continent, if you look at the youth's participation in political parties, like the women's leagues or women's movement or sections within political parties, they're really treated as juvenile and still are there to rubber stamp a position that's already been put forward by the seniors, male seniors within the political party. So what strategy do we have in place to ensure that there's that, you know, just the bridging of that gap in terms of understanding and relating to the issues? Because I feel that a lot of the lack of participation by the youth is that they're really not in touch with their everyday and implications, or just being able to visualize what it is that they want. So framing or positioning themselves for tomorrow is very difficult when they don't understand. So I'm interested in finding out from Amnesty is really what are the strategies around breaking the barriers for the youth?
So I think I'll start with that question, and then it will segue into the one that was asked earlier. I think there are a range of strategies to ensure that young people are in touch with their social, political, and economic reality. And one way of doing that is through human rights education. I think is absolutely important, because I think we are operating from the assumption that people know their rights. And can then claim their rights, and that's not necessarily true. I think there is a dearth of knowledge and information on what human rights and fundamental freedoms are. It's sort of taken as for granted because they're inalienable, but I think young people need to be empowered and equipped with that information and that knowledge in order to take action and demand accountability from people in decision-making powers that are charged with the responsibility to fulfill and protect those rights. So I think from an Amnesty perspective, we aspire to promote human rights education as a strategy to ensure that young people and all people are in touch with the socioeconomic reality. Beyond that, I think you sort of hit the nail on the head in saying that that it's also an attitudinal problem, the way that young people are not accorded with agency and with capacity to make decisions for themselves. That continues to be an attitudinal thing that needs to change, particularly in light of the fact that more than 60% of the continent is under the age of 30. I mean, we're the youngest continent. The median age is 19 years old. So we are not going to expect to prosper as a continent if we don't accord agency and self-determination to people that are younger and younger and younger. It's something that we have to do. Then on the question about the rural and the urban, about young people moving to cities, I think the obvious answer to that is sort of that young people are looking for opportunities. Young people want economic, social, cultural security. But what I think is quite interesting in this current moment, this current political moment that we're in, is that even in cities, young people are not able to find jobs. That this is something that is sort of across the rural-urban. It sort of blurs the urban-rural divide, that young people are disenfranchised even in cities. And I think in some ways, and this was said yesterday in the sessions, the city is also a major site of inequality, unemployment, and poverty. And in some ways, the city kind of distances itself from local conditions. It's kind of the architectural manifestation of an economy in which profit is detached from the place where extraction happens, right? And I think that there's a connection between the way that cities operate today and the notion of Africa rising and money leaving the continent. It's almost as though our cities are designed for the purposes of development in order for that money not to stay here. So the city itself is actually distanced from its very environment, right? And I feel that that is sort of part and parcel of what's a problem, of what's happening, and why there aren't opportunities for many young people. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Some questions for Eddie? Yep. Okay. Pardon? Pardon?
Oh, it was
Huh?
after questions.
I've been taking a few questions.
Oh, you. Oh.
I'm happy
I
to
saw-
take more.
Oh.
It's that moment, okay? You can forgive me.
Okay, shall we take one more or two more? Yeah, sure. There's somebody in the blue sweater at the back there.
I'm now checking out, I
Okay.
suppose. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I checkened out. I was trying to think about the BSM student yesterday. They certainly do have agency. And I'm thinking, really, how do we, do we even want to help them to become disruptive with a larger impact? I'm not saying disruptive in a non-peaceful manner, but I mean in terms of strategies. I just had you talk about human rights, but these people, they do actually understand them. They do understand their sense of agency, but somehow they're not managing to have impact, to be disruptive, to bring the change that we need. I mean, it's something that I've been thinking about quite a lot, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that it's one thing to have agency, to be able to know the discourse, but it's a completely different thing when that discourse happens outside of your own terms. And I think that that's what young people are looking for. They want to be engaged in discourse, but the way that the discourse happens, it's often in a way that doesn't resonate with their lived experience. So I think that's why I think it's so important that for those of us who are storytellers, for those of us who are journalists, for those of us who are in the media space, we need to reframe the narrative according to the terms of young people, right? And I see this a lot when you have young people, you know, taking to the streets, sort of speaking truth to power, sort of demanding accountability. They're often characterized as troublemakers, characterized as rebellious, as sort of not knowing, and that does damage. That sort of invalidates and de-legitimizes sort of what they're calling for. And you see this everywhere, you know, Black Lives Matter, you know, various movements around the world. Young people are, the way to sort of silence a movement is to delegitimize the cause by framing those at the forefront of the cause as being inherently up to no good, right? And I think we need to push back against those kinds of narratives, because I think that does a disservice for actually hearing what young people have to say.
Thank you, Eddie. Very interesting. I'm just wondering, you travel the continent and you meet with young people and you mobilize them and you empower them with what they need to know. How do you go about it, and how do you follow up? How do you keep track of what is happening on the continent? I just want to get some background to your success. Like, do you organize meetings? Do you communicate via Skype? Do you have follow-ups? Like, how do you go about ensuring that a solution follows through? Thank you.
Yeah, so we use various means, you know, following up, you know, as you said, Skype, having meetings, organizing meetings. Our first, I've been in the job for about 10 months now, so I'm still relatively new, but our first meeting was a roundtable discussion where we invited young activist leaders from across the continent for a 2-day roundtable dialogue on the state of Africa's youth in this age of Africa Rising. And these young people, we met at the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and that was quite deliberate because we wanted to be at the heart of capital and where the Africa Rising narrative is. And we had 2, you know, glorious days of in-depth discussion, but they are part and parcel of the Africa Not For Sale Network. But there are various initiatives in the pipeline where we mobilize young people, have meetings, you know, and basically reach out to young people. But that's sort of part of the strategy to ensure that we actually have a network of young people that are committed to these issues that we bring up. Yeah. Thank you.
Your boss, Depros Mchena, had warned me that you would blow us over. And, you know, I think that came through. So thank you so much for making time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the time we spent, you know, via email, me frustrating you and you asking for brief and all that. And I'm like, say what you want to say, Eddie, and all that. And say, please, let's focus here. But I'm not very focused as you saw. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, our theme today is digital citizens, and the thread that you should begin to pick up is really about these different citizens and how they relate to power, how they relate to authority. So in our keynote address, it was really beginning to probe who are these digital citizens, what platforms are there, you know, for these digital citizens. Do they exist, and do they meaningfully use them on that? Then Eddie's focusing on a very specific group, who are the youth, and how the youth can use various platforms, various tools in order to hold, again, those in power accountable. Our next session, which is a panel discussion, is on open governance, and I'll call upon Mukelani Dimba. Mukelani is the Executive Director of Open Democracy Advice Center, ODAC, a South African law center that specializes on freedom of information. and whistleblower protection laws. Mkelani will introduce his panel. Yeah, so Mkelani, you can come over.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming through today and being part of these discussions. We've had a very great start to the morning, but one thing I've picked up since yesterday is that there has been a shocking lack of PowerPoint presentations in this conference. Shocking. But don't worry, my panel will address that problem. It's a panel that will look at the issue of open governance. Listening to Dr. Baum yesterday during the launch of her book, Democracy More Than Just Elections, I really thought that perhaps the book, and having read it, the book could easily be summed up in one sentence, which says, elections alone do not a democracy make. And I think that's the problem that we have currently on the continent, where we are able to deliver elections without necessarily improving on democracy. Sometimes you hardly ever see a connection between elections and the quality of democracy in that country. I suppose it's because we've made democracy an event, something that happens every 4 or 5 years, where we give a blank check to whoever wins the elections to govern as they please. And I think that's the biggest challenge that we're facing in a number of African countries. Hence this idea now which seeks to say that, wait a minute, we don't give away our agency when we cast our ballot. We do vote, but we still want to be involved in the process of decision making, particularly on those issues that directly affect us as citizens. So now there's been this movement emerging where people are basically demanding to be involved in the governance of their countries, where people are reclaiming a space that has been given away over the years. So we want to now have a look at what is actually happening in terms of this global movement. It's a very interesting movement that includes human rights organizations, governance, policy organizations, but most importantly, the technology side of things. I was just recently part of a discussion, and in the room it was very, very interesting to have lawyers, human rights activists, and techies all talking about governance issues. And so today we have a panel that will look at various aspects of the issue of open governance. Most of the time it's an abstract idea. It's an idea that a lot of people cannot really link to their daily existence, their daily experiences. So hopefully this panel will be able to tell us in a very practical way why open governance is important and how do people actually get involved in open governance systems in their countries. One of the issues that you're going to be hearing a lot about during this panel discussion is the idea of the Open Government Partnership. A lot of people will say, we've heard about this, we're not very sure what it is about. So just briefly about the OGP. The OGP is a new multi-stakeholder initiative that is intended to promote openness and accountability in the conduct of public affairs in OGP member states. The OGP was launched in 2011 when 8 world leaders met in New York to look into how they can help each other improve the state of governance in their countries. Those original countries were Brazil, Indonesia, the United Kingdom, the US, South Africa, the Philippines, Mexico, and Norway. Since 2011, OGP has now grown to about 66 member countries. 9 of them are on the African continent, and those 9 are Kenya, Tanzania, Ghana, South Africa, Cape Verde, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Malawi, and Tunisia. So these are very interesting countries to follow and study to see whether indeed they are able to change their governance practices through following the guidelines and the prescripts of the Open Government Partnership. To join the Open Government Partnership, countries have to qualify to be part of this group or part of this network of reformers. And to qualify, they are assessed on the 4 aspects that relate to governance. And those aspects are access to information, budget transparency, asset disclosures regime for elected officials and senior government officials, and also systems for improving or enhancing civic participation in decision making. What is important about the OGP is that it requires that there should be a core determination between civil society and governments on national priorities for improving openness and accountability. Once those commitments are made, they form part of what is called the National Action Plan. And the National Action Plan becomes the basis of innovation and improvement of governance systems in that country. The OGP assesses the implementation of those commitments on an annual and every 2 years basis, where they look on whether the country has indeed implemented the commitments that they have made, and support is available to provide continued support and assistance. So I thought I would just give that background information on the OGP in case some of our speakers here today refer to it, so we have a clear understanding of what it is about. In the panel today, we will have Ms. Qinisile Delwa from the Department of Public Service and Administration. And I would like Qinisile to come forward, please, and take the seat at the front. She'll be joined by Mr. Jay Cruz, who is the Executive Director of the Public Service Accountability Monitor here at Rhodes University. Jay, please. We'll also have Mr. Jimmy Kochiana, who is the National President of the South African NGO Coalition. And then lastly, Jacinta Kunda from the Zambia Land Alliance. This is the panel that will take us through what the African experience has been in terms of improving open governance. Like I promised, there will be PowerPoint. We will start with Qinisile, who will just briefly take us through how the South African government is implementing innovations in order to improve open governance in the country. Speak from here if you want, or you can speak from there.
Thank you very much, and good day to everybody. I want to first thank you for the opportunity of us having to come and speak to you about an idea, a concept of which we share a great deal about. We have a lot in common. I'm sure you are used to a typical government, civil society relationship. I'm not going to define that, but you will find that in the space of what we call the OGP, we have a very good working relationship between government and civil society. It's quite unique and quite refreshing for us, especially as the Department of Public Service and Administration, because as one of the departments at the center of government, we are always preoccupied by these ideas of what it means to make citizens participate in what is relevant to them in a form of policy or government programs. So we scratch our heads a lot about these ideas, and sometimes we get it right, but most of the time we don't. So the OGP is one of those where we think we've got it right. I want to first begin by outlining how we approach the role of the public service and what it is that we think in the public service we are supposed to do. And just a few of the points around what the Constitution, which is the basis from which we operate, talks about. Mainly, it talks about a public administration that is development-oriented, that demonstrates high levels of professionalism, that responds to the needs of the people, and that fosters transparency and accessibility to accurate information. Now, for us, when we talk about an ideal public service in terms of legislation, we talk of a public service that is geared towards development and eradication of poverty. We talk about a public service that provides quality public goods and services. We talk about a public service that facilitates inclusive economic growth. And we talk about a public service that is people-centered and people-driven. Now, when we talk about this idea of a public service that is people-centered and people-driven, we tend to boast a lot about what we have been able to do as a government since 1994 in creating platforms for citizens to engage and to participate. I'm not going to bore you with those, but you know them. Izimbizo is what we call them. Ward committees, community forums, public hearings, and so on and so on. And one thing that we have learned to appreciate is that over time, when you want to maintain this relationship or maintain this idea of a people-driven or a people-centered public service, you need to move with the times as well. And one of our biggest challenges in the age of technology or in the age of the digital world, we have had to rethink how we do some of these things. And we are mindful that there are young people who want to experience government differently, because the issues of young people are not the issues of adults, are not the issues of the working class, or whatever the case may be. And as we do that, one of the lessons that we have learned is that an ideal public service, and this is not reflected here because my slides are a bit old. An ideal public service is one that is also able to respond to the changes in the environment within which it operates. Now, when we talk about all the ideas I've put before you of what a public service should do or should be about, there are certain principles that govern the public service. We talk of ethical conduct and highest standards of professionalism or integrity throughout the administration. We talk of transparency and openness. We talk of accountability and responsiveness. Now, these ideas, as Mugelani was saying, are a bit abstract to a point where it's not always easy to be able to pinpoint and say, well, you're doing this well, or you're not doing this very well. It's always something that we engage a lot about, and at a particular point, you find that there are certain things that a government does that according to those who look at government, whether it's citizens, interest groups, it could do better. And within the framework of the Open Government Partnership, we battle with these ideas in much more practical terms to try and make them much more closer to being a reality. Now, one of the things that we have been appreciating for quite a number of years within the public service as a concept that tries in one way to deal with this is the concept of community development workers. Community development workers are a really what we call, and I know it's going to sound very cliche, but cadres of a special type. Because community development workers are public servants, but they live in communities. And through them, we are able to know what communities think, what communities are worried about, what communities are happy about, and what communities are unhappy about. So as we go through the presentation, I will also be touching on other more practical programs on how we try to make all these things a reality. Community development workers also provide information about government and what government offers to citizens in terms of programs. Now, when we talk about open government, one of the things that I think we always ask ourselves, well, in government still, together with civil society, is what is it that we want to do? And the answer is very clear. We want to build strong relations with citizens. Then the second question arises. What are we trying to achieve? Do we just have relationships with citizens for the sake of them coming to public hearings and saying their piece and us walking away and doing whatever we thought we were still going to do anyway? And the answer is no. We believe that through partnerships with citizens, we can really address developmental challenges. And how do we do this? And the answer is very simple to us. It's through partnerships. Through partnerships at very different levels, of course, because the public is vast. The public is not homogeneous. The public, you cannot define in one way or the other. You have different levels. You have technical interest groups who either have the technical expertise on a policy matter or are quite influential in a form of trade unions or whatever you want to call it. You have organized groups who are interested in a particular section of policy or government programs. Then you have active citizens who once in a while think this is not right or this is right or they need to say something about it. And then you have the wider general public. And these are people who might not necessarily be always involved with government processes. Now, as you can imagine, we have to look at this picture as departments in government and try to develop public participation initiatives that respond to the needs of the different groupings. And it's not always an easy task. You have to try and understand the uniqueness of the group you are dealing with in order to be able to engage even further. And that is why you have varying degrees as well of interaction with the different types of groups. If you go into an Imbizo, for instance, where you have a lot of people in one place, what you know you are not going to achieve is very concrete inputs into policy. But what you are going to achieve at that level is some level of accountability from the executive, from government department officials, to the extent that that is possible. So, and the list goes on, and I won't bore you much with that. Now, one of the questions that I often ask myself, and I think maybe in this discussion I will get much more answers from you as well, is what is the role of citizens in all of this? Well, there is what we call Vision 2030, which is the National Development Plan, developed through an extensive consultative process. We want to believe that everybody's voice, to a certain extent, is in there. And what this Vision 2030 tells us is that in the future, the role of the citizen would be to be active, to be mobilized, and to be responsive. And this really is what we are aiming to further develop partnerships with citizens around. Because the future of addressing some of the development challenges we have is around a citizenry that is able to espouse or that demonstrates these three very key points. I won't define them, I won't break them down in concepts, because I think you can do that better. Now, this is the last slide, and because it's the last slide, I've now packed everything so that just in case everything I've been saying you didn't hear. At the top really is about the goals for public participation from a government point of view. One is to inform and provide balanced and objective information. When we do this, the promise is that we will keep you informed. The second bit is to consult and to get feedback and alternatives. The promise here is that we should listen and acknowledge your concerns as members of the public and aspirations. The third pillar is to involve, and that is to work directly with the public throughout government processes. And here, government has a responsibility to make sure that those concerns and aspirations are reflected in policy. The fourth is to collaborate. And here, it's a higher level, I think, of citizen engagement, where government is able to partner with civil society organizations on certain levels or certain projects. And here, really, government needs to take very seriously the advice and innovative solutions that come with that type of collaboration. And we want to believe, at least in the OGP, we are trying to do that. And finally, it's to empower the citizen, where we place upon the citizen the power of making the final decision. And here, really, we have the responsibility as government to make sure that you decide. At the bottom is how we do it in all these areas. It's whether we have through websites, fact sheets, public comments, focus groups, workshops, advisory committees, ballots, delegated decisions, etc. The bottom line is we have certain goals to realize because we have a certain responsibility as a government. And we believe that through partnerships and engagements, we can do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Qinisile. You paint a very positive, very inspirational picture around how these things work. I'm going to invite Jay to come and tell us if what Qinisile has presented is indeed happening in reality where the opportunities are and where the challenges are. It's the battle of PowerPoint.
Just load that. Cheers. Yeah, that one. Cheers. Cheers. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to Mukalani for moderating and Gunisile for the introductory presentation. I have great admiration for the staff of the DPSA who face significant challenges within the South African context. There are repeat offenders within government, specific departments that show a reluctance to move towards a level of openness and certainly the ideals that the OGP have in mind and that our constitution requires of the state. I've been asked to give a few thoughts to a series of questions. I work at PSAM, which is concerned with promoting social accountability, and my PowerPoint's rather brief. I'm mindful that we have a number of other panelists, and hopefully we can elicit some questions from all of you. So without further ado, I'll be posing 4, rather not 5. The numbering's incorrect there, so my apologies for that. So firstly, what is social accountability? Secondly, why be concerned about it as a concept? What are emerging trends within social accountability? And lastly, how useful is the Open Government Partnership, specifically for members of civil society as well as journalists? So the concept, we've articulated it as follows, that governments have an obligation to justify and explain their decisions and actions and their performance to the public against set criteria, and must take steps to correct errors or faults in order to prevent their reoccurrence. Some countries have enacted constitutions that are quite explicit in this regard. Others have tended not to. Okay. Similarly, citizens, in terms of the social accountability speak, have a fundamental right to demand justifications and explanations from government. What does this mean in practice? And this turns on the issue of governance. And if you're going to engage in social accountability practice, it's vital that you understand that states, regardless of their contexts, should work through a series of processes which are concerned with delivering public services. And these are illustrated here in this circular diagram. And it concerns 5 key processes. And in some governments, they are working well. In others, there are challenges. And I won't go into them in much detail, but South Africa performs very well in terms of planning and resource allocation. Performs rather poorly in terms of managing its funds, especially poorly in terms of managing the performance of those who hold responsibilities. And in terms of public integrity, how well does a state act against those who don't comply with the law? How well does a state implement corrective action? And then lastly, of course, how well does a state, through its parliaments, its legislatures, its public protector, its auditor general, how well does it account and answer for its actions? And as we can see in the South African context, certainly there are huge challenges in terms of the way in which oversight is managed. But we certainly aren't alone in that context, in that setting. So why should we be concerned about social accountability? The evidence is growing that the approach provides comprehensive evidence and a human rights-based approach to confronting governance failings. It really enables you to confront often the rhetoric that governments put forward. we've seen that it helps to certainly identify systemic weaknesses in governance processes and to confront those squarely so there is not a reoccurrence, that the service delivery outcomes are improved, that more children receive a better quality of education, an improved level of access to healthcare. And then, of course, we've also experienced with our work, not just in South Africa, but in sub-Saharan Africa, that it really enables you to ask the right questions to the right people at the right time, which is a vital. The understanding of the public resource management framework also enables you to understand the roles and responsibilities of duty bearers, both within the executive as well as in the public service, and enables you to delve into the nuance and, of course, explore the constraints and, of course, the challenges that government departments face. Lastly, what are emerging trends? We've seen that it's becoming a method with which you can confront those systemic governance failures. The Global Partnership for Social Accountability is, much like the Open Government Partnership, gathering momentum. It's accumulating the kind of evidence that cannot be debunked easily. We've seen it being a vital in a way of enabling social media and tech innovations to be refined in a manner that will unblock service delivery challenges. Certainly, it's pointed out the failings of existing models of parliamentary oversight and where those need overhaul. It's also revealed a weakness within civil society, especially within the human rights and NGO sectors, where we have, I think we've been found wanting in terms of understanding what drivers actually inform the political choices that parties and governments make. And then lastly, and it was pointed out earlier by Eddie, the need for greater attention being directed towards the sources of revenue and where those actual funds end up. We saw earlier this year with the high-level panel on illicit financial flows, the observations around how Africa is bleeding and has been bleeding for many decades in terms of its natural resources and in effect is a creditor to the rest of the world rather than being indebted, and shouldn't have to rely on constituency development funds and donor support to the extent that it has. And then lastly, how useful is the Open Government Partnership? Well, 3 observations. It really does enable civil society to more meaningfully co-create an action plan with government that has concrete and more measurable commitments than other mechanisms that preceded it. It gives us more voice to confront governance issues. And then lastly, supports peer learning across the countries that are involved. So there is momentum there and there is opportunity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Jay. Ladies and gentlemen, do park your questions for now, because we'll soon be opening up a discussion based on the 3 presentations that we're going to get. And then I'll ask Jimmy to come in just before the Q&A session. Before the Q&A session, Jim. Jacinta, the examples that have been quoted here by both Qinisile and Jay, are they in any case similar to what is happening in Zambia regarding issues of governance and how you make issues of governance relevant to ordinary citizens? Can you share a bit with us what your experiences have been?
Thank you so much. I'm going to do a short presentation on access to information and land tenure, looking at Zambia. And I think as an organization dealing in land advocacy, that is Zambia Land Alliance, we appreciate the importance of land and the importance of access to information on land so that people can generally participate in what is going on, and also for them to participate in policy issues, because currently in Zambia we only have the Land Act, which was acted in 1995, but it didn't get any participation from the general public. It was just done by the government in place then. And also that we've never had a land policy in our country. We only have a draft land policy which has been there for the last 10 years. But also that we have some policy, again, a bill on customary land. However, that it's a secret document which is not for public consumption. But these are issues that our organization is looking at in terms of getting consultation from the general public so that they have an input. So in looking at access to information and tenure security, I'll just look at the importance of land, land administration in Zambia in brief, and look at land access and rights to land, consider the role of access to information in advancing land access and rights, and then so what? And then also look at what ZLA is doing, and then draw a conclusion on that. The importance of land is a very, very serious topic for us. And as Zambia Land Alliance, our slogan is "Land is Life," because we believe that land has the basis for all human endeavors. If you want to do investment, development, any structure, anything that you want, it's based on land. Also that it's a source of identity. You're South Africans because of South Africa as a country, and I'm Zambian because of the same. So it's that important. And in our country, food that is consumed, over 60% of it comes from the small-scale farmers. And these are the people that do not have tenure to their land, tenure security to their land. Those people, the commercial farmers, they have the 99-year leases, but they do not feed the nation. They actually farm, or their agriculture is for export, not for the nation. So we are looking at these small-scale farmers that feed the nation. It's also a factor of production. Without it, you're not going to do your business. You can have the capital, you can have the entrepreneur, but if you do not have this, it will be difficult for you. So therefore, having a small piece of land, even 2 hectares, means a lot for a poor small-scale farmer, because it means food on the table, kids will go to school, and also the family is going to have all the necessary things they need at home. And it will mean reduced poverty levels at home, community, as well as the nation. Looking at land administration in Zambia, we have our law gives powers to the president. He holds our land in perpetuity on behalf of the nation. He's given delegated powers to the Commission of Lands. We have the local government through the council that act as agents. And then we have a lot of, about 11 acts and policies that are acting on land. But the principal law is the 1995 Land Act. And we also have a dual land administration system, land which is administered by traditional leaders as well as the state. And you are assured of security of tenure if you hold your land under state, as opposed to traditional land, which I think is common in some of the African nations. And we have the old data there that 94% of land is customary and only 6% is state land. And right now our government is enticing investors all around the world that we have a lot of land in Zambia so they can come. We've got mining, agriculture coming through. But take note that these are old data before our independence. Our law recognizes and allows the fact that customary land can be converted to state land, but after the lease is over, it doesn't revert to customary. So access to land and rights to information. Of course, the law does not discriminate directly, but it's the system and the procedure that is in place that will discriminate poor people, vulnerable people like women and the youths, and also the people living with disability. We've got, if you have money, if you are rich in Zambia, it will be easy for you to access land, because it won't be a problem for you to get land from the council. And also you can buy land on open markets. We have a system where people can access as many pieces of land in the country, the law allows that, from the council, and then sell it out on open market, which is very, very expensive for a poor person to actually buy. So in doing that, we have a lot of illegal settlements because people cannot find it difficult to access this land. And then in terms of women, of course they are disadvantaged because of cultural issues, as well as the long and costly procedure of acquiring land. Sometimes they just get defeated because of the procedure. Also taking note that the land administration is more centralized because of the distance, the time women get they get defeated to that. Mostly women have access through their male counterpart or their partners. It could be a husband, it could be a brother or a father. But as yourself, it's a challenge because of what is involved. So, lack of readily available information on land hinders poor people, especially women and the vulnerable, from accessing land and enjoying or defending their rights. Because if you do not know your rights, you do not know what is involved in land administration, it will be difficult for you to follow the procedure. It will be difficult for you to even defend your rights, which you do not know. It will be difficult for you to even take part in consultation or for you to participate in the policy formulation process. So the importance of land access to information for us, we're looking at this information specifically on land. We believe that when people are informed, it's going to enhance their knowledge on their rights. They'll be able to demand for their rights. They'll be able to defend their rights. Because we have experienced cases where people have been displaced, and it's because they didn't know, they settled on land illegally, and then maybe an investor comes with a title deed and they're going to be displaced. They are going to lose out. They'll lose out their livelihoods. They'll lose out on their piece of land. Also, that it empowers people to make informed decisions. We're also looking at people having the ability to take part in policy formulation, because that is very, very cardinal on our agenda. We are in the process of formulating the same land policy, and government has started the process. So we want people to take part. So information for us is very, very important. And we pray that all the stakeholders, including the media, will also help us, because we've observed in our country that the media is more moved on issues to do with politics, unlike human story issues. So we would want that we get support from you people here. And then, of course, if you don't have information, this is what you expect. But I would want to look at what we're doing as ZLA in order for us to take information to the people. We're looking at evidence-based advocacy. We do not want to speak from without, but from within. We're doing research. We're also doing a video documentary, so that even as we go to the people, we go to the policy makers, we have evidence before us. And then we're also doing simplification of land documents, like the Land Act of 1995, because the language used is too technical for a lay person to understand. And when we go out in the field, we also find that some of the policy and decision makers, they do not understand really what is contained in the law. So we've done the simplification of our Land Act, and also translating documents into the local languages for easy understanding. Further, we are taking this information to the grassroots through sensitization and consultations. Advocacy on access to information. We are looking at advocating for the change of law, the adoption of the land policy, also decentralizing of the land administration system to take access to the doorstep of the poor people. So in conclusion, we think that access to information has a bearing on access and to secured land and improved livelihoods. And it's up to the stakeholders to ensure that the right information, in the right format, reach the right target at the right time in order for the poor to have secured land tenure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacinta. Jacinta does pose a very direct challenge to media practitioners and journalists in the room to say, are you involved in these social justice campaigns? I'm sure there'll be responses from the audience. Now, we're going to begin the discussion segment of this session. We'll start with Jimmy, because Jimmy, the question for me is quite direct. This stuff about open governance, about participation, the OGP itself, is this just public relations fluff, or is this really going to work? Does it have potential? What are the experiences from South African NGOs trying to engage with these processes?
Okay, thank you very much, Mooks, for moderating this session. Also, I would like to thank organizers for making it possible that they invite civil society and the NGO sector to form part of this spectacle. Secondly, I've noticed that amongst the audience, there's a great friend of mine, a former colleague, my ex-national COSAS leader, Shepard Mati. I'm glad to see you, comrade. And I'm looking forward to interact with you later stage to find out, how are things happening within the media in this part of the world. Myself and Shepard, we're coming from Port Elizabeth. We grew up together in the 80s, and we were in the same school, Cowan High School. Coming to the question that has been raised by Mukelani on the relevance of the OGP for gaining support and momentum within the NGO sector. I want to start by saying that civil society, in particular the constituency and member-based NGOs, has been involved in this process since its beginning. Backdating 2010, government, in that regard, TPSA, which is a national focal point on OGP, invited all NGOs to form part of this process. So we were involved. We were excited, I must say, initially, because we thought that great things will come. As you know, the background that civil society in this country, especially around, I think in particular, the last 5 to 10 years back, has been marginalized. Has not been forming part of national processes that are happening in the country, which are led and driven by government. So we thought this is a good opportunity for us to critically engage, because we're of the view that civil society are a critical stakeholder in the national landscape, and therefore in no way that they could be left out in this process. But I must say that one of the reasons for us to fully participate in this mechanism, precisely it is because of the view that we felt that civil society should be proactively involved in ensuring that better government through openness does happen, does prosper in our country. I think as Jay has already alluded to, there are various departments in this country that we thought they were not coming to the party in ensuring that they foster what we call a good enabling transparency environment in our country. Because in this process, we are of the view that it will foster transparency, it will foster accountability, it will foster good governance, as well as public participation. I think the issue of public participation in understanding of government is contrary to what we perceive as society. Because our view is that, yes, imbizos, yes, the ward committees, could be there, but I think the extent of their participation and involvement in ensuring that they reach out is still questionable. And I think we're still arguing, even at this point in time, that that mechanism needs to be looked at the issue of public participation. So we were involved because we felt that this OGP will bring government and civil society to work closer as partners, critically as partners, so that there's a joint consultated effort by government and civil society, so that we have what we call a clear shared objective. That was the premise of us getting involved in this process. Now, I think in one of the presentation by Mukalani, I think he did allude to the fact that one of the products of this process is what one would call it the consultative national action plan developed by government. Now, through that product, which I think Jay has mentioned, the co-creation process, we were able to participate in civil society. We were able to say, this is how things should be done in this country. These are the lead state department that we think should play a critical role in ensuring that they shape the trajectory that we follow. And I must say that we've been part of the process initially in defining that ambitious commitment that were developed by government. We were party to those processes during the first, the first round of the development. But I must say that civil society has not been able to influence and leverage the OGP processes due to the various reasons. The capacity within the sector, I think it was mentioned by Jay, our capacity is still funding, we are still fund wanting in certain areas. Areas of research, areas of dissemination of information, and I think media, journalism could play a critical role in that area as well. So we are of the view that going forward, the media should ensure that they forge very strategic alliances with civil society so that we could all work together. But the issue of reaching out to everyone, to all instances in our country, is still critical to us. On the issue of ICT, we still found wanting in civil society. The other issue, we must say, up until to this date, the government has not been able to, create an enabling and conducive environment for an OGP to fully function. There is no permanent structure up until this date that can drive, that can articulate, that can ensure that, the OGP, prospers. And I think it's a challenge that's still confronting us. And I'm glad that Peninsula is here, because it's something that we've been hammering for all the years. We hope that going forward, for South Africa, as from October this year, we'll be taking, a very strategic role, becoming the chairperson of the OGP International. So we are of the view that once that process comes to play, we must ensure that, the permanent structure is established, a body is being set up to ensure that, they drive the functioning of the OGP process going forward. As I was saying, that one of the issues that we view, as lacking in our countries, in other fact, as you go around in the country nationally, there's a lot of service delivery protests, significant social unrest, because one, there's lack of information, it has been proven, lack of engagement, as well as lack of accountability. It's a source of concern for us. And I think going forward, what we're articulating, yes, DPSA could be the lead and the focal point for OGP, but OGP should be embraced within a multi-stakeholder, a mechanism, to ensure that other departments as well, they form part of that. Other state agencies, your chapter 9 institution, your media, as well as other organs of society, your labor, your church and faith base. Now, these are the areas that we think we must look into them going forward. So, 1 minute. We're happy that South African government will be taking that role of being the chairperson, but we feel that government should not leave society behind. It's critical that they should work closer with us. It's critical that those areas that we were found wanting, government must ensure that they build our capacity. It's an obligation that they must ensure that they sustain active citizenry in OGP process. With those words, thank you.
I'd like to take a couple of questions, comments from the audience on any of the presentations that have been made. Fully aware that we're not doing very well for time. I'll start with the gentleman in the middle, and then I'll come to you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Duncan Martin. In one of yesterday's keynote addresses, Jean-Pierre Mbasi urged us to see the much greater, as much more important than we have, local government as opposed to national level government. And I would like to know from the panel whether there is any evidence pointing to the comparative accountabilities and opennesses of local governments versus national governments. Intuitively, one feels that local government will be more easily held to account and will, in a closer relationship with its governed peoples than with national government. And so it seemed to me that that what Mr. Mbasi was recommending yesterday would promote the openness of government, namely a greater decentralization to local government and away from central government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second question.
Thank you very much. My name is Parkimbus from Zambia. I think that the missing link from all the presentations, even in line with the theme for the conference, making councils accountable for regions, is about access to information. And in this sense, from the lessons that we've learned as a continent, we know that that doesn't come freely. So we had an obligation or an opportunity to really enact, effective, access to information, acts and bills. But I think collectively, civil society and the media fraternity, I think we should accept failure in this area. I mean, Zambia Land Alliance, was a member of the OSIS Forum in Zambia, for instance, when we were advocating for the enactment of the Freedom of Information Bill, which has been on the shelf since 2002. Successive governments have come and gone and keep promising and so on. And we have allowed them to play around with it, even to the point of manipulating the public, so that the public begin to understand that, or begin to believe that the Freedom of Information Bill is actually meant for journalists. And as long as the journalists are not reporting what they call responsibly, it's not going to be acted. In some countries, it's been acted, AIPA in Zimbabwe, for instance, very badly, worse than where we were before it was actually enacted. In some countries, the process hasn't even started. So I think as a continent, we have to accept collective failure in this area, because if we enacted access to information, bills, acts properly, effectively, a lot of issues that we're talking about, accountability issues, social accountability issues of governments, should be addressed. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there one last comment or question? Over to you, sir. There's a mic right in front of you. Oh, no.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Thabo Lusoro, and I got a sort of previous work experience as a print media photographer, but I'm also generally interested now, over the midterm strategic framework, is to understand and basically advocate and communicate what is happening at a local government level. I was fortunate enough about a month ago, exactly today, to be part of the local government communications forum in the Eastern Cape, which was hosted by Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. And I guess there, in that sitting, we spoke, the general discussion was about how do we get sort of provincial government communications to platforms like this, and generally to broader society and community. And I guess my question first is like, how do media practitioners become advocates for to get access to information about bilateral agreements in regards to to agriculture? If we're trying to look at the issue of agro-processing, and how does this get filtered down to perhaps at a local level? Because I think there is a gap in terms of reporting from that perspective, to say that, okay, government through land affairs, agriculture, forestry and fisheries do have relevant programs, but then how is this communicated in the media space? So I guess maybe that's my question. How do media practitioners also find themselves in that space and work with various levels of government to communicate that? So I think maybe my question is directed at Mr. Gonyana. can you maybe just advise the platform as to how we can go about that? And then I just came in the last speaker, the lady from Zambia. I think I'm interested in the topic that you took up around you know, the issue of small-scale farmers and the predicament of, I guess, what is parallel, which is the commercial agricultural sector. You know, so are there synergies somehow that are starting to develop, or that can be put in place to better sort of strengthen this sort of these two fields? Because I do think from an information perspective, this could be enhanced a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are some specific questions for Jimmy and Jacinta, but I would like to ask Jay to take the first question on local government versus national government in terms of accountability.
Thank you. Thank you, Duncan, for the question. Any evidence of comparative accountability working at the local level? Regrettably, very few in my experience, and certainly we work at local government level. The Auditor General has described local government as being in a state of stagnation. There's been multiple reports on the challenges facing the functioning of ward committees as a means of promoting participation, consultation. It, in my view, requires a rethink, and that needs to be led at a national level. We have more municipalities under provincial administration now than we've ever had. So it needs improved leadership at national level to bring around the kind of changes that are required. We have politicization at every level, especially within administrative functions that shouldn't be politicized. So yeah, not many positives there in my view. There are a few examples, but they are the exception to the rule. Insofar as just the other point that I would like to make contribution on is Tabo's question around how can media practitioners get access to information about bilateral agreements. It requires improved fostering of relations with the communications divisions of government. They are not what they used to be in PSAM's experience. Given the high-profile issues that are dominating the media, there is less attention being given to those kinds of stories that should attract media attention, that should build economic development at the local level. Until GCIS improves in regard, I think it's going to require ongoing maintenance of relations and sources until government is less preoccupied with the big stories and more focused on economic development.
Thanks, Tabo, for that question. Thanks, Tabo, for that question. I think I did indicate in my presentation that I think media and the NGO fraternity has to forge, strategic, partnership and relationship. Sangoko has been in the past been involved in opening opportunities for NGOs through community media platforms and other networks. For example, we involved with Sangonet, which is a Southern African media and ICT practitioners, which is based in Johannesburg, to ensure that they work closer with the NGOs. So if there are any platforms that are available even within this region or within this province, I think let us know so that we could link up with our provincial counterparts. We do have provincial chapters, in countrywide. So we want to ensure that opportunities like these are explored, so that there could be linkages within what you guys are doing in the media and what the information that is available from our side. I think our people are yearning for a lot of information. Dissemination of information is critical, and I think through yourself we'll be able to reach out to all in sundry in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think, first of all, I have to admit that we are facing a challenge in terms of access to information bill in Zambia. Early this year, the government announced that they were committed to enacting that. But just about a month or 2 months ago, the president was like, he was having second thoughts on the same because he was afraid that the media in the country were going to use it negatively if the bill was enacted. But as an organization, we appreciate the importance of this bill because for us it's going to mean that government is going to release information on any contract or land contracts being signed by the government, because it has it's very common that we've seen through the Zambia Development Agency, where government signs out contracts and give out land without really the general public being consulted or being involved in the whole process. So we appreciate the importance of this bill. It's not just about the media or the journalists. But again, we are not saying we have to just sit and fold our arms. We'll continue advocating for this bill. On the looking at the, there was a question earlier on considering the local government and the national government. We have the national office. We've also got district land alliances. We believe that we need to also engage with the district offices or the policy and decision makers at different levels. We know that the local authority, they are into bylaws, they are into localizing the national policies. So if we talk about the land, 30% of women empowerment, we believe that the local authority have the obligation to come up with deliberate policy to localize the 30%, for them to come up with mechanisms of ensuring that the 30% is adhered to. So we are actually tackling both at national and district level, and then at some point in our advocacy we need to collaborate these two different entry points for us. They are very, very important.
Thank you.
On the sorry.
Okay.
There's the last one on small-scale farmers, if at all there are synergies between them and the commercial farmers. It's a tricky one. We are in land advocacy, but we're also collaborating with those in the agriculture sector. What is happening on the ground is, in fact, a different thing where we are helping the small-scale farmers working together, but when it comes to them and the commercial farmers, if anything, commercial farmers would rather they buy out the small-scale farmers. They buy out their pieces of land because it's easy for them to access that land and pay for it. So they are going to buy out these small-scale farmers, and then the small-scale farmers will start working as laborers in these farms. And looking at the status, it will be difficult for them to work at the same level because you are looking at this commercial farmer who's got so many thousands of hectares on title, and then a small-scale farmer who's got just about 2 hectares or 5 hectares of land. So it's very difficult, but we're trying to help them so that they mobilize themselves and they work as a team. But for them and the commercial farmers, I think it's a challenge.
Thank you, Jacinta. Final word, Qinisile. You have a room full of journalists. How do they help you to create public awareness about OGP?
Well, thanks for that. I think up to so far, one thing I need to give credit to civil society for is the fact that really the driving of open government and the idea of open government partnership in South Africa has been a civil society driven. I don't know why Jimmy feels that civil society has not made great strides, because I think for a number of years now, it's been a struggle for DPSA at least to convince other departments. But through civil society, you have departments approaching DPSA to say, what is this OGP? Because every platform we go, civil society is telling us about OGP. And therein lies the power of civil society and the media as well. I think in that sense, if we can have more stories about OGP, have more pressure and more ideas about OGP coming out in the public space, we will achieve even much more quicker the idea of open government being embraced throughout government. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Qinisile. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I know we've taken a bit of your tea time. I'll hand over to Chris. But before that, a round of applause for my great panel. Thank you.
A round of applause to Mukelani himself, because we have never, the reason why you're doing that is because we have never put a panel together in such a short time. We did it literally in about 3 days or so, and that was very impressive, Mukelani. So this partnership, I hope it's the first time you're here, and I hope that it will continue. Mukelani, if I may just give you my bribes here, okay? This is just to keep you in the loop. You know how it is. Okay, just pass it on to your troops. Okay, thank you. That's great. I think, Eddie, one thing that you didn't include in the Africa Not For Sale, if we are going to really reclaim Africa, is timekeeping by Africans. We are so lax when it comes to timekeeping. We started off late, but this old school principle always does one thing. I shorten your tea time, I shorten your lunch. Our tea is going to be 15 minutes. We reconvene at 12 o'clock. We're in here, and that sessions will continue to 1:30, and then our lunch will be 45 minutes, and then we'll be able to keep time. And as usual, I'll be driving you back into the rooms. So we break for tea now, and then we reconvene. We reconvene at 12, okay? At 12, we are back in. But understand, please check, before you leave, you rush off for tea, check the 2 sessions that we're going to have. One is the domain name system, Africa's Potential, with the Icon Group here, okay? Need to be here in the Eden Grove Red. Then in the next room is the draft online policy by the South African Film and Publications Board. Thank you. Cheers.
Do it. Zame ulala kwabanda ngoba siyancokola qha ngoku.
Hey Bob. I was gonna scream into the microphone, hey Bob.
This is when you perform it. There should be 4 people, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then like the little thing, like shuba be do be da.
Moderate.
Lutata, guys.
Fez caneta, pá?
Oh, você está preocupado com isso? Não conhecia esse teu lado. Não conhecia esse teu lado.
problem ndiye man.
Check 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 2, 2. Check 1, 2. Okay. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Check 1. 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 2, 2. It's feeding. 1, 2. One.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Talkie, talkie, talkie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You should be getting level there. 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Talkie, talkie, testy, testy, testy. Hello. 1, 1, 1, 2, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Yeah. 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. It's in play at the moment.
Oh, it's a play report. You got to select line. Yeah, but
You got to select on there as well.
In the menu.
1, 2. Talkie, 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 talkie. Talkie, 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 talkie. 1. One. We want it on line. Here we go. Line 1, 2.
That's it. Hit menu again.
1, 2.
Okay, then go record.
1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. One. Yeah, it's very hot, eh? 1. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Talkie. 1, 2, 1, 2.
I don't know why the speakers engaged.
It shouldn't be.
Speaker headphone. Let's just try that. Headphone speaker line. Okay. It's going to make it line.
1.
Do you want your headphones won't work? At least the speaker won't work.
1, 2, 2. Okay, let's just check for level. Talkie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Talkie. Okay. You must just start recording when you want to.
So must I wire them? Or they would first come
I think
to
they
the
will
podium?
come to do their presentations. I've asked her that.
Yeah, they know, all of them, that the ones on the panel, they know. Yeah. No, that's from them.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So you've heard quite a bit from ICANN today, I think, and yesterday. Today's session is talking about the domain industry and its relation to Africa as a continent and the potential there is and opportunities in this industry. The DNS industry, as has the internet, has undergone significant and large scale of change. The internet, as you know, has become very intimate, and it's become a very intimate part of our lives, touching nearly everyone on the planet, allowing us access, connectivity, contact with people, and making the world a smaller place.
That said, there are only 3 billion, slightly over 3 billion people out of the 7 connected, and there's still another 4 billion people to be connected to the internet. So there's a lot of work to be done, particularly in the Southern Hemisphere, and this is all part of the work that we do along with many other partners to get awareness out there and more knowledge on what the next steps to be done are. The opportunities are increasing with growing accessibility and penetration on the internet. And as said, 3 billion are connected. That's about 40% of the world population. In just over a year, 11.6% people had more access to the internet. So with this, we know that there's a need on Africa to develop the local capacities in DNS, technically, from a technical point of view, policy point of view, business aspects, and obviously and definitely building capacity in order to grow the domain name industry in the region and the potential that there is with all the other industries that complement it. Before introducing the panelists today, I'd like us to go through a quick short film that will explain the DNS industry in under 3 minutes, and then we'll take it with the panelists and the presentations that they'll be presenting. One sec.
Devices use IP addresses to identify each other on the internet. As we can't always remember complicated numbers, we use words instead. A domain name system brings the two together to get you to your destination. This is how it works. All around us we see domain names. For example, the website of your favorite band. The site is stored somewhere on the internet. Let me explain how your PC finds it within milliseconds. The journey starts with typing in the website address. In words, of course, as you wouldn't have remembered IP 88.151.243.8. Your device will read the address backwards. It will start at the end with the root domain, in our case, .eu. Information on the root domains is stored in 13 different root servers located around the world. In reality, there are numerous small copies of each of these machines in different locations to make sure that whatever happens, the system will keep on working. A root server contains the information on the name servers for the different zones. In our case, it tells us where we can find the information on addresses ending with .eu. Again, for reasons of security, there are a number of these .eu name servers located around the world, so that if one is too busy or stops working, for example, due to an earthquake, the information would still be reachable elsewhere. The .eu name server knows where the information for the more than 3 million .eu addresses is stored, and will tell us where we can find flamingflamingos.eu. It will communicate this unique IP address. The IP address for the Flaming Flamingos website is now identified and sent to your computer. Now the download of the content can start. But remember, this whole process that makes it possible to connect your computer to the place where the website is stored happens in just a few milliseconds before it connects to the internet and starts downloading the information. In reality, a lot of information is stored along the road, these so-called cache memories, so that the information can be retrieved faster than having to return to the root every time. This movie is brought to you by CENTER, the organization of European country code top-level domains.
Just Right. So the first presentation will be given by Pierre Danginou, whom I do not need to do an introduction for, but as you were introduced him earlier this morning. But I'll quickly do a quick intro of our 3 other panelists just before we start. The second presentation will be Duncan Martin, who is a founding director of both Tenet and the South African NREN, and also a board member in .za Central Registry, South Africa Central Registry. He will be also having doing the second presentation. Third will be Jimson Olufiu, who is CEO of Contemporary Consulting based in Abuja, Nigeria. And he's also chairs a private sector-led 20-nation Africa ICT Alliance, AFICTA, and is also a member in the business constituency of ICANN. And last but not least will be Mike Silber, who is also a member of the ICANN board and also Liquid Telecoms as well. So to start the presentations, Pierre Dangenou.
Yeah, good morning again. And quickly, yeah, I think one of the questions was put to me was, what is ICANN exactly? And I hope by now you understand what it does. It stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. Assigned name because what ICANN also does is to actually provide, those pools. For instance, for the IPv6, for the IP, provide the pools to what we call the regional registrars, registries who, in their turn now, give those IP addresses to the customer, the clients, be the ISPs or the rest. But fundamentally, that's what ICANN does. It means to coordinate how the whole system works. And the DNS, which is the domain name system, is fundamental to all of this. What we choose to talk about today is not to elaborate that much on ICANN, but ICANN in Africa, what it's doing exactly, and see how we could do better in Africa, because the whole point of the thing is to see Africa participate in this. So, of course, the DNS root name, you heard about it. I won't get into that one. But what ICANN does fundamentally is the policy development. Those critical resources need that there be some concrete, policies that guide them. And this is really done in a very, I would say, interesting way, meaning it's kind of, from grassroots level until the board could make any decision. And the decisions, of course, are based on what is being recommended, from the grassroots, which is exactly different communities that form ICANN. Now, and that's the way it works. One word, one internet. What you are seeing here are the different, communities that contribute to this. There again, I don't want to dwell on that because. The other thing is that, okay, we have the ICANN evolution. At that time, you also should know that ICANN works on a kind of MOU with the US government. And the MOU which has expired, and has been renewed for 1 year again. Today, ICANN is about 300, people and staff, spread over 25 countries. ICANN has hubs in Los Angeles, Istanbul, and Singapore. We do have engagement offices in Brussels, Washington, D.C., Montevideo, Beijing, Seoul, and Geneva. ICANN is about, and this is something that maybe you need to know, ICANN generates, its funds from actually the domain names, business. The transition thing, meaning the US wanting to actually transfer, the oversight of this to a platform, which we are working on. I don't want to bother you about what it's doing, but it's all boils down to participation to this. I just wanted to stay on this ICANN Africa strategy. We are talking about Africa strategy because something happens, and 2 or 3 years ago, when ICANN launched its program, its new program for new GTLDs. The GTLDs, maybe I should just come back on that one. I was explaining that we do have 2 categories. Your country code domain, it's different. Your .za is one thing, is one category. So each country in the world, they do possess that one, that two-character sort of name. But then you have what we call the generic top-level domain. You are used to them, .com, .org. But until a year ago, we only have 22 of those. .mil, .edu, all of this. So the decision now is to broaden, the space and have more of those generic, top-level domain names. So when the whole thing, the program was opened, we received something like 1,930 requests for new names, globally. And then we noticed that of this number, only 17 or 16 were coming from Africa, meaning new, requests. But most of them were coming from South Africa. So you are talking of a continent of 54 countries, and for such an important, I would say, deal, only one country actually responded. That's where today you do have those Durban, Joburg, all of those things happening. So I can then realize that something was wrong in terms of participation of the African region to its work. So that's where the idea of framing a specific, program for Africa, came from. So the then incoming CEO, in one of those meetings, wanted an African working group to work on that. So, and one of the overarching objective was to transform the internet industry in Africa. Meaning, how do you make Africa a real market for the domain name? Because domain name can also be used to generate, resources. How do you make sure that you promote awareness, and meaningful participation in ICANN? Like I told you, ICANN is about policy development. And the whole world, is assembled to talk about, this policy. And it's important that the continent also be part of it and work with others to actually shape the wider IG ecosystem. Because these were the two overarching objectives, and of a program lasting for 3 years that that started 2 years ago, which we call a new season for Africa. What we did so far is we launched what we call the first regional strategic plan, which now is being replicated all over the world. Each of the continents now is trying to have a strategic plan, for ICANN Internet. But we also advanced the concept of a DNS forum. So the first of those forums happened here, actually in Durban, in South Africa, ICANN 47. And it was quite interesting that that's where we really have registries, meet and discuss, what's the way forward in terms of uptake of the DNS, business in Africa. We do have topical workshops. Topical workshops because they are typical workshops that really tackle an issue. So one issue, for instance, is we are talking about domain names. But domain names also, what is the positioning of domain name vis-a-vis the brand? Meaning, what type of copywriting, issues, are lying behind those, the whole thing? Because we may not see it, but I know the lawyers, they see what is behind there. So that's where we did have this workshop for lawyers to understand the DNS industry and be certain that they could protect, the brand that can be associated to this one. One thing that has become really popular is the DNSSEC roadshow. DNSSEC is about protecting your DNS. So one of the things we are trying to do is to run the DNS in such a way that Internet still resolves, because one thing that is important that it has to resolve, it has to be interoperable. And the way it is done is that you have to keep your DNS operating but also safe. So how do you save your DNS from your part? You have to sign your own root file. And of the 54 African countries today, only maybe 5 of them have signed their zone file, meaning signing your zone file means that your destination is safe. So we are doing what we call DNSSEC roadshow, meaning that we will send our team to different places. And what they do is quite simple. Build awareness about this technology. How do you secure your DNS? And number two is train specific people that are working on your NIC, those who are running, for instance, your .ZA, to actually know about that technology and be able to implement this technology, meaning signing your zone file, and which is quite important. We've been to 15 African countries. We are still, moving forward to help, people secure their DNS. Of course, there is this DNS business exchange program that we have. We understood that you really need to expose, people to this. How do you manage, those things? So we established a program whereby we are sending, African interns to different places. We started with Singapore, where they went to Singapore to actually work with a few registry then to understand, quote unquote, not just how this works, but how do you extend a business, from that one. Now this year we are starting another program with an internet program with African registries, and we are looking forward to .ZA, for instance, to be able to accept some of the interns from all over Africa. There are so many other things. For instance, the digital entrepreneurship that we are still trying to launch. We believe that the younger generation, should be part of this, the whole. And one idea we have, we visited some of the hubs, IT hubs in Africa, and we saw that that particular, the business, is lacking there. So we are actually studying how we should incorporate the DNS, business within the digital hubs that we are having all over the place. These are what we call our flagship programs. Now we have worked on a new, I'm going to stop with this slide, a new program which is going to 4 years program. We're going to do a very few things that's lined up there. DNSSEC roadshow is still around. The exchange thing is still around. Of course, we do have other activities, regular blogs and newsletters. All of those are things that we do as part of the African strategy. Now, to put it in a nutshell, it's just about building capacity in Africa. Building capacity so that Africa now appears as a market. Like as someone will put it, is equal to any other region. In the way that you really tap into this internet and its capacities. But also, how do you build capacity so that people really participate, at meetings. So this is basically what I wanted to tell about, and I'm open to any questions you may have, and thank you.
So I think we'll leave questions till the end. Next will be Duncan Martin, and one sec. Got that, I think. Right. Oh. Where is that? There you go.
Thank you. And it's into the afternoon. Good afternoon. My talk is fairly different from Pierre's, a bit more technical perhaps, and also more local. My background, as Luna mentioned, I'm here because I'm a non-executive director of the ZA Central Registry. This is the registry that administers the co.za domain and some others, web.za. And does so under contract to the authority, the ZA Domain Name Authority, which is a parastatal organization in South Africa. And I've been much concerned about the dichotomy, I nearly used the word conflict, the dichotomy between the open, so-called open domains in which there are no rules as to who may register a domain. That's a domain under .co.za, for example. There are no rules. Anybody from anywhere in the world and for any purpose may register a domain under .co.za, versus the role of the so-called moderated, sometimes unkindly called closed or restricted domains. But they are moderated. In the positive description is they have a purpose, and they have some ideas about eligibility criteria as to who may register a domain and for what purpose. So I've spent quite a lot of time as a board member of this organization thinking about that issue. So I'm going to address that to some extent in the context of country code CCTLDs in Africa and the way forward for them. But first, what do I push this one, do I? First, I'm going to let Shakespeare have a say about this matter. This comes from Romeo and Juliet. I want you to see me. It's going to be tough, but I want you to see me as Juliet, please. Okay. So she's talking to Romeo, who's actually a bit off stage, but she knows he can hear her. His surname is Montague. Hers is different. It's Capulet. And these two families are traditional enemies. That's the background. So Juliet says, "'Tis but a name. 'Tis but a name that is my enemy. What's Montague? Thou of thyself, thou in thyself, Romeo, are not a Montague. What's Montague? It's not a hand, it's not a foot, it's not an arm, it's not a face, nor any other part that belongs to a man. Oh, be another name." And then comes one of Shakespeare's most famous quotes. "What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet." You'll be pleased to know that Romeo was willing to change his surname. As it goes on in the text, he expresses his willingness to do that. So Shakespeare is here bringing out for us that a name is just a name. It's not the identity, it's a label for an identity at most, a bad label probably. So internet domain names, these are just some examples. The video showed many more. You'll notice that Hong Kong one, by the way, that's an example of an internationalized domain name. Each domain has a unique registrant. So that's one thing about internet domain names that is not shared by people's names. There are many Duncan Martins in this world, and I'm sure you've all had the experience of finding how many people Google will find that has your name. So you say, our names do not define us uniquely or identify us uniquely. They're not unique labels. And indeed, registrants of internet domains may have many domains that they use as a name. This is very important too. I think Pierre touched on it. Registrars are not authorities. They do not act with governmental or any other authority. They are businesses. True, they have licenses, but they are businesses. They are highly competitive, online self-service mostly. They don't care who registers for most domains, mostly. It's first come, first served. And this leads to a number of problems like cyber squatting, where a party that has no interest in the name but knows that there is another party that will be very interested in the name, nevertheless jumps in and wins the first come, first served race, and then tries to extract a rent from its ownership of that name. There's also the problem of defensive registrations, where a company feels forced to register a name that it didn't want, but it registers it so that no other party, in particular no competitor, could take the name and start using it. There are, of course, intellectual property problems that arise or disputes that arise, and generally the domain name industry does have dispute resolution processes that try to avoid the going to court. But there is, of course, always that final option. So I'm just giving you a picture that we're talking about a domain name industry in which the participants are registries and registrars. They compete with each other. They are subject to some legislations, but basically it's a business. It should not be thought of an activity of authorities. Here's some stats. The first set of stats I'll show you concern the new global top-level domains that ICANN announced and Pierre introduced. And then I'll show you some general stats covering the internet as a whole. So the new global top-level domains, they have been delegated on from about April 2014, an ongoing process. As of a few days ago, there were 739 active domains. Active means making delegations into the second level. Of those delegations, there are a total of 7.1 million as of a few days ago. 7.1 million registered subdomains under the new top-level global domains. This is now looking across the internet as a whole. As of a few days ago, 294 million domains in total. 6.5% annual growth rate, pretty good growth rate. And then that bottom stat, I want you to compare with the 7.1 million, 8.7 million new .com and .net names in the first quarter of this year. Okay, so that shows that while the new global TLDs made an impact, they did not, that impact stole perhaps 40, 50% at most from registrations in the .com and .net domains. 8.7 in one quarter, first quarter of this year, versus 7.1 million over the 18 or so months that have elapsed since the global domains first went live. This is Africa's largest domain, co.za. 1 million, that 1 million figure was passed, I think, 17 days ago. So it's been in operation for donkey's years. It took donkey's years to reach the 1 million level. This is co.za. Under ZA itself, so the other second level domains added in, it comes to about 1.3 million domains. This is a partial extract of the global top-level domains. There are several things of interest. Thank you. Right at the top there, you can see that 7.1 million figure that I mentioned before. You can see the order of these domains, shining at the screen here. The order of the domains is according to the number of delegations in the domain. So I've shown you here the first four. .xyz is winning in these stakes, 1.17 million. Then a Korean domain is number 2. Amazingly, .science is 3rd. And .club is 4th. Then I miss a couple, and I show you .Cape Town, which is the most successful of the 3 South African city domains, .Cape Town, .Joburg, and .Durban. .Cape Town is the most successful. It's now, this is a few days ago, it's now actually passed the 5,000 mark. Now, these 2 starred rows are the top tertile. I had to look up this word. You all know what a quartile is, but a tertile divides the data set into 3 pieces, a top third, a middle third, and a bottom third. So this is the top third. From here up is the top third of this list, and from here down is the bottom third of the list. For information, .Joburg and .Durban are in the middle third. I didn't show them specifically, they're in the middle third. Okay, so you can see .supplies is actually the domain occupying that first tertile position, and it has 3,400. So you can see .Cape Town makes it into the top third. If I'm honest with you, that's why I chose tertiles and not quartiles. Cape Town does not make it into the top quartile. Okay? So if you do some arithmetic, you will work out that Cape Town is in the 4th 12th. Okay? It's in the top third, but not the top quarter. There's at least one man who enjoyed that one. Now, the final amazing thing for me is look at this second tertile. This is the bottom third of the list. Only 2 delegations. Only 2. It's .gmail. That happens to be the second tertile. This it doesn't look like Google, but it's on behalf of Google. Google is actually operating it. Only 2 delegations. And here's .hsbc, the famous British bank. One delegation. So, isn't that amazing? The whole bottom third has 2 or fewer delegations. Okay? In my view, I haven't asked anybody, but in my view, that is at least substantially explained by the need of companies like HSBC and others to make defensive registrations. They have no immediate intention of using the domain in any serious way. Okay, now the last part of my talk is the user's take on domain names. By user, I mean any party who registers a domain name through a registrar. By registrar, I mean any entity that's authorized to accept registration, to register new domain names within specified high-level domains. Some domains, like .za, .ke for Kenya, are not available to end users. Only the second-level domains like .co.za, .ac.za, only those are available for registration by users. I'm using this term STEM domain to mean a domain that is available to end users, within which, underneath which, end users may register subdomains, a STEM domain. So a user's full domain concatenates the user's identifying part of the name, like Amazon, with the STEM here. Here's ac.ke, the academic subnet in Kenya. Kenet is the NREN of Kenya. That's the unique name. This is the STEM domain. So I'm talking about STEM domains because that's what registrars and registries work with. Now I come to this distinction between the open to all comers versus those which have a purpose. I'm using the word targeted STEM domain to mean a domain that has an intention, an intended purpose, and has eligibility criteria for its registrants. Generally, some entity that has the trust of this target community is appointed to moderate and control the compliance with the eligibility and purpose restrictions. There are various other names for these things. Typically, educational domains are in this category, targeted, like the top-level domain .edu, ac.uk for the academic, and so on. Governmental domains, .gov typically, .gov.countrycode, .mil, these are targeted domains that are moderated. Here are some commercial examples from the UK, .ltd.uk and .plc. These are for private and public limited corporations. And they have eligibility criteria. The corporation must be duly registered under UK company law, and they have criteria concerning the name. The name must reflect accurately the registered name of the company. So these are examples of targeted STEM domains. If you're not targeted, then I call it a catch-all STEM domain. Many STEM domains have no intended purpose, no eligibility criteria, accept all domains on a first-come, first-served basis from all comers worldwide, often called open domains. Here are some examples of open domains. And what's curious for me, notwithstanding the fact that they are geographic names, .Cape Town, .Joburg, here's a .uk, here's a .co.za, notwithstanding the fact that these are not global top-level domains, they are, in the pure sense, they are geographic names subject to all sorts of criteria before they are delegated. Nevertheless, they are catch-all STEM domains, no rules as to who may register under them and for what purpose. Now, going forward, I'm asking the question, if we look at African country code TLDs, okay, or is it appropriate for African country code top TLDs to have catch-all subdomains? Are they okay? I'm saying yes, they are. There's a demand for them. You can have them. There are many parties who are in your country, many others who are not in your country, but who wish to associate themselves or be seen as associating themselves, branding themselves as associating with your country. So yes, that's okay. No problem with that. My recommendation to African country code TLD admins is allow this. Allow second-level catch-all STEM domains. Here are some examples. You could choose a .web.yourcountrycode, .co.yourcountrycode, and so on. It's important that these domains work well. Okay, so you must ensure adequate registrar channels to sell them, reliable registry services, and competitive pricing. You're competing with the big boys. You're competing with the world when you go for a catch-all domain under your country code domain. Now I'm asking the same question about targeted subdomains of African CCTLDs. Are they okay? I say they are. They serve defined communities. They meet a need. If they meet a need of a defined community, then do it, meet it. So my recommendation is encourage communities within your country to apply for their own targeted STEM domains. What you must have is a respected, accepted by the community, a credible moderator organization is essential, and you must again ensure good registry services and email forwarding services may also be required. Here's a list, as my last line, here's a list of possible targeted subdomain names that you could think of. Okay? I won't take you through them all, but each of them is a name that would be suitable if you can find a community in your country that wants it and that can nominate a moderator that that community would trust in order to take it on. So there are many, some for banks and towns, some for cities. Grahamstown is probably not big enough to want to be interested in a top-level domain name like .grahamstown. But what about .grahamstown under ZA to fulfill a need, and so on. Thank you very much.
How do you? Jimson. Yeah, it's just. Perfect.
Distinguished delegates, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a great pleasure to be here these past days. Very interesting. I could see many people that are highly interested in the future, and I see a future in what we are discussing, that is creating opportunities, creating new jobs, creating wealth. There is great amount of wealth to be created in the African DNS industry space through community activities, individual strategies and vision. So I'll be talking about how do we grow the African DNS industry through enhanced cooperation. How can we do that? With enhanced cooperation, we can easily get things going in Africa. I'm from Nigeria, based in Abuja. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a registrar of .ng domain. And I've been in the Nigerian space for quite a while. I haven't been the president of the IT Association of Nigeria. And from that experience, I moved forward to mobilizing for Africa, the ICT associations in Africa, encouraging them to come together so that we can create more opportunities for our people. So very briefly, I just have some few points. A slide, just this slide. So in introduction, that is what we do. We are committed to coming together as entrepreneurs, as leaders in the ICT sector to promote this industry, to create more wealth and opportunity. It is well said that you should learn from experience. You know, they said experience is the best teacher. You all agree with me, that's very correct. Look back, this is a project. We are launching into a new project. We are encouraging many to think out of the box, to have ideas of investment opportunity. And so we need to step back, what has happened before? And I will use two important cases to illustrate and underscore this point of growing the DNS industry through enhanced cooperation. Number one, United States, the US GDP is around $17 trillion and has been highly enhanced by ICT. And of course, through private sector being highly involved and unleashing their power, creating jobs and what have you. The second case is with respect to Nigeria. About over a decade ago, the teledensity was abysmally low, 0.05%. And then when the stakeholders came together, they said, look, we need to come up with new strategy and policy. The government, the private sector, civil society, they all articulated some documents known as the IT policy, the telecom policy, and that unleashed the industry such that the Nigerian economy, we all know today, is number one in Africa, and it's because of ICT, because what they did right, when they cooperated, they collaborated, they brought every stakeholder together, the government, the private sector, the civil society, and even the private sector to met within themselves. What do we do? And so they engaged government. So the economy has great opportunity, great potentials to still move forward, especially in the DNS industry. And so what is enhanced cooperation indeed? Enhanced cooperation is simply what we've been discussing since we had this conference, wonderful conference. It's a great conference. The introduction, yesterday keynotes, talk about local government and cities coming together and sitting on the table with global government talking about SDG and having cross-fertilization of ideas on how to move forward. And also journalists challenging themselves. We need to do things more creatively. We brainstorm. And then we cross-pollinate, even in the last panel, talking about how do we engage government, open government platform and partnership. So that is simply enhanced cooperation. But the word itself, enhanced cooperation, happens to be quite complex because in the World Summit on Information Society 2005, in the Tunis agenda, therein they talk about we need to foster the understanding on the global internet governance space through a policy framework that governments of the world can agree on how to govern the internet. That was the thinking at that time. The enhanced cooperation is only for government, international organization, to come together, make law, make policy, and impose it on the people. But things have changed. Technology have changed everything. Young people, innovation, social media have changed all things. And the reality is that enhanced cooperation is more that everybody, users are the determinant of where to go, of progress today. Users make demand of what should happen. And so users should be on the table. Business people need to be on the table because they are the investors. They need to invest. And of course, the government too, they need to be on the table. And where this is working perfectly is no other place than in ICANN, where we have all the stakeholders, the business people, like as the introduction was said, we're part of the business constituency, the civil society, they at large, the government too, they have their part. So that is being simplified in ICANN, the process being simplified in ICANN. And we're making some progress, good progress. So for African GTLD to really make progress, there is need for all stakeholders to come together. And the truth is that in Africa, if government does not move, nothing moves, invariably, at least from my part of the continent. Yes, at the initial stage, the government needs to come together with the civil society, with private sector, to come up with a policy framework, and that unleashed the telecom industry. That is what we are canvassing for, what I'm canvassing for concerning the DNS industry. There is huge potential. Nigeria, you know, have a population of 170 million people, but we just have 50,000 domains. The potential for us to have about 10% of that 17 million domain is right there before us. So, but what are the hindrances, you know, to this? At first, there was really bitter rancor, and the then government of President Obasanjo called every stakeholder together, sat at the villa, the presidential villa, and directed that all stakeholders must be involved. And so today, we have all stakeholders being involved in administering the .ng domain. But we still need to do a lot more. So invariably, African countries too, a regime whereby a single person manages the domain will not grow the industry. The registry will not really grow the industry. There has to be confidence. So confidence is so important. Trust is so important. We need to handle the demand side. People need to have trust that, yes, in this space, they can handle this. The managers of the GTLD can really manage it, and because they can manage it, they will invest in it. In Nigeria, there are many .com, .org, but little of .ng. So this is so important because identity also matters. Our identity, our cultural heritage matters. So if we project our GTLD, it projects our identity, especially in a globalized world. There's a connection with the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, in Goal 1, ending poverty. There's the opportunity in the DNS industry for that. And also Goal 11, Goal 17, talking about multi-stakeholder cooperation and using enhanced cooperation. So the future is before us, and we need to embrace it. Don't say, I'm just a journalist. Yes, you're a journalist, but of course, you also could be an entrepreneur. Journalists can come together and have their own community domain, and then begin to carve out a niche for themselves. So the Nigerian case, in another 5 years or 10, because there are discussions underway now, now we have the governance framework. The government has given us the leadership and given us the responsibility. How do we move ahead? So there's really discussion, multi-stakeholder discussion going on. How do we move to the next level? So this is what I think other Africans need to do. South Africa has done pretty well in this respect, arriving at 1 million domain names, so which is good and is commendable. But the rest of Africa, we need to follow the governance framework. So the hindrances are quite many, as I said. The issue of trust. Will you put your money in a bank that you're not sure how it's being administered, or if it has a confidence issue? So we need to address this issue through cooperation, through listening to each other, and through having such opportunities like this. And I'm happy that ICANN is committed to engaging through this strategy. The Vice President stakeholder engagement is being very much engaged, and in AFICTA we are also committed. In fact, it's based on this that AFICTA was formed, to mobilize ICT professionals to invest more in the DNS industry and to engage with this new opportunity for wealth creation. President Obama said in Kenya when he visited, that it's only when we enhance our individual potentials, private sector, civil society, even the academia, we unleash our potential, we allow everybody to be involved, that we can maximize our potential for development. So this is the truth we are bringing home, that as youth have a mindset that yes, there's opportunity here, a gold mine in the DNS industry. But the hindrances are those things that we can easily surmount if we put our heart to it through enhanced cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jimson. Oops. And last presentation will be for Mike Silver. I think. Yep.
Thanks all. I have the pleasure of going last, and I stand between you and lunch and maybe some questions if we've got some time. So let me take a step back. I'm a lawyer. I have been working in this tech space for a number of years. Please forgive me if I use jargon. Put a hand up and say, explain yourself if you need. So just going back to that little video that you were looking at right in the beginning, John Postel, who was one of the designers of the domain name system and who held the first database, the IANA database, and John embodied, he was the IANA until it became a function, described it this: an address is what you seek. Sorry, a name is what you seek, an address is where it is located, and a route is how to get there. So we had a discussion in our workshop yesterday about a website in Zimbabwe, and does it make a difference if it's hosted under a .com or a .zw domain? And the answer is no, because the DNS, you can point a .com domain to a data center in Zimbabwe, and you can point a ZW domain to a data center in the United States. It's agnostic. The name is what you seek. The address, the IP address, the numbering underneath that, it identifies the location. And so the DNS is an incredibly powerful tool. As Pierre indicated, there are attempts to manipulate, so we need to secure it so that people don't guide you to the wrong places and send you to nefarious places. But the DNS is incredibly flexible, and it's designed to be flexible. As most of you know, part of the way that the IP address system and the domain name system was developed was to withstand a nuclear attack. So if you took out one node, it didn't rely on a single central node, but it could replicate. And you're always asking the closest authoritative source as to where you need to go. So that said, second thing is I want to take issue slightly with Jimson and his use of the word enhanced cooperation. Enhanced cooperation, as Jimson mentioned, came up in 2005 at the WSIS. And since then, almost 10 years later, nobody's actually defined it. The UN has a working group on enhanced cooperation, which is yet to come up with a definition of what enhanced cooperation actually is. In the European Union context, enhanced cooperation is when 9 member states club together and decide to go off and do something on their own, and they don't need the rest of the union to go with them. In our case, I think we're talking about multi-stakeholderism, which means people actually have a voice. Whether you're an individual user or you're a massive corporation, whether you're a government or civil society, you actually have a voice. It ties in also with some of the meritocracy that brought about the growth of the internet and the standards that grow the internet. And that meritocracy is people who do the work and who make sense get listened to. And you have to then work to actually build coalitions and build consensus within, firstly, your grouping and then amongst others. So that is a critical phase. And then the third thing that, the reason why I wanted to talk here is because when I was sitting on lecture theatre seats like this, I was counting back, and I'm embarrassed to even mention how many years ago it was. I was of the view that capitalism was a disease which was eating away at our society, and that some sort of socialist intervention would be required to achieve transformation. As I've gotten older and cynical, maybe grumpy, I've come to the conclusion that actually the free market is what's going to drive this. And it touches a lot on what Jimson was saying. Because if there is no business, if we in South Africa, if we in Africa as a continent are just consumers of technology, all of our money goes out of the continent, but more than that, we become passive. We do not master our own destinies. So I tend to find, and it's partly because of the company that I work for, partly my experiences, that there's got to be business sense, because if you have business sense, then people have the incentive to attend these meetings, to participate, to cooperate, to draft, to move agendas forward. Because if you're part of civil society, no disrespect, and as media practitioners, you're covering both, you don't have the luxury of money or time to devote on some of these esoteric areas. But if there is business associated, people find the time because their livelihood is at stake. And then hopefully, and this is again what Jimson was talking about, is bringing in the fact that you're not just, if you're sitting in South Africa or Rwanda or Nigeria, you can't be an island and say, well, I'm just here to make money, because your community is talking to you. And you have the ability to look at vertical and horizontal slices. So you might be a business which is associated with and competing with similar businesses, and Duncan was touching on this from around the globe, but you're also based in a locale. And you've got to talk to your local people because they're going to be primarily your customers. So that very long introduction aside, let me move very quickly to just explain what I wanted to talk about, which is the DNS value chain. Because in order to achieve competition, at the advent of ICANN, what we did is we broke up the registry, so the people who run the database, the directory, and the registrar. This slide is available on the ICANN website. Just look for DNS value chain. You don't even need to take a picture. Oh, pointer. Thank you. So we at ICANN are up there, coordination layer. To me, we should actually be on the side because we're not really part of the layers. We're just a coordinator. Hopefully we don't actually influence too much. We help people make and implement policy. But one of the key issues and why the US government created or recognized the creation of ICANN and pushed for it was to create a split between registry and registrar. So the registry is really this wholesale over here, and the registry runs COM, ZA, NET, TK, etc. Technically, there can only be one registry operator for a registry because it has to have a single authoritative database. It then gets distributed to multiple locations so that people can access it. But what you can't do is have one person who says, okay, you've bought MikeSilber.com, and somebody else who said, okay, and you bought MikeSilber.com, and then there's a conflict between the two. So there's got to be a single authoritative database, that's the registry. But previously, when you had the registry, the database, and the seller, the registrar, who sells those names, or leases them out if you want to be more technically correct, prices were high, there was no competition in the market, and it created a monopoly situation. So the first thing that was done was splitting this registry operation and the registrars. So the registries sign a contract with ICANN to run a top-level domain registry. Country code registries don't sign a contract. It's a historical thing that was introduced in terms of which they have their delegation by virtue of their undertakings to their local community. Registrars are accredited by ICANN. So there's no contract, but there's an accreditation agreement which says they agree to abide by certain rules and behaviors in how they deal with names, what they do to their clients, how they treat their clients, how they treat the global public interest. And this is often where you find law enforcement coming in, because law enforcement wants to know, to whom does this name belong? We want the information, we want the details. So there's a lot of interaction with law enforcement over here. And then there is another layer which has been developed. Largely this market was broken open by I think they're the third largest registrar in the world, which is a company called Two Cows. And their idea was, there are a lot of people who want to sell domains, but who don't necessarily have the expertise or time or inclination to go through this process to become a registrar. Let's make them resellers, and let's have an attractive reseller program where they'll sell names through us. Why? And that is because there's not a lot of money to be made in selling names. This is something that Jimson didn't touch on in detail, but he'll agree with me. Most of the money that you get when you sell a name is not the name, but the hosting, the email, the security, the certificates, all of the associated services that come with the name. That's where the real money is. In fact, many registrars or resellers give the names away. They bundle them. So if you buy a hosting package for a website for $10, $15 a month, they'll throw the name in as a giveaway to try and keep you loyal to them. Obviously, you can move your registration to a different registrar. You can move your hosting somewhere else as well. But they want to sell you a package and they want to bundle you a package. Why? Because there are very few of us who actually have the technical expertise to keep our own websites up and running. And in this day and age, it's no longer a good idea to keep your website up and running on a machine sitting under your desk. Because if there is a power outage, your website disappears from the web. If there is a connectivity outage, your website disappears. So you want your website, especially if you're doing e-commerce or something critical on it, you want that to be sitting in a data center where people have got secure power, secure connectivity, all of those good things, so that you remain up. And so that's really where most of the business is. If you look at the world's biggest registrar at the moment, GoDaddy, they sell hosting. Names account for a very small percentage of their revenue. And that's when we come in. We're sitting over here. We're the registrants. We're the people who are paying the money to get the names. And the reason why I think that we need to look at this is because I think this is critical for Africa. If we want to be participants in the discourse on policy issues, one of the ways of driving that is for us to be participants in the value chain as well. If we are simply passive recipients and consumers of services rather than driving, we send money out of the continent, but secondly, our voice is the voice of a supplicant. We are not the people setting the policy at these levels, up there and here as well. We then become the civil society, and unfortunately civil society's voice is often quite weak because they don't have the time and the resources that people who make money do in order to drive these agendas forward. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to talk to you today as media practitioners. Firstly, so that for your own publications, for your own initiatives, that you look at how you can add value and what services you can provide. But secondly, how to advise consumers what value they can obtain. And then the last point that I wanted to make, and this is a point that I've debated a few times with Pierre, is do we want to grow more African registries? And Duncan was talking about that a little bit. Do we want to grow more African registrars? Do we want to grow more African resellers? And my view, it's a personal view, it's not an ICANN view, is that the easiest place to start is as a reseller. You buy wholesale, you sell retail, you make a margin, you add value, you get to understand the industry. If you or I try to climb in over here tomorrow, we'd make a mistake. No doubt, we don't have the experience. What is the biggest differentiator in Africa in the last 10 years? It's mobile telephony, and then as a subset of that, it's mobile payments that have become associated. We have managed to bank the unbanked in Africa using mobile technology. No American or European registrar understands how to integrate local payment systems. They're expecting people to enter a credit card on their website to buy a domain. None of them understand African payment systems. In fact, most people in Africa don't understand their neighbors' payment systems, they understand their own, because they're local complexities. In my view, an African reseller who does an integration with a local payment system can make a killing at minimal cost, buying wholesale and selling retail, understanding the local conditions. Throw on top of that hosting, email, other services, and you've got a little business with minimal capital outlay. Once you understand that business and you've grown it, then you do want to climb the stack. And then you do want to get into being your own registrar and not just buying wholesale from others. So that's my view. One last comment. Duncan was talking about Gmail and HSBC with 2 registrations. That's because those names were set up for internal use. They may change their minds at some stage, but you don't necessarily want to give southafrica.hsbc to me, because then I'm going to pass myself off as part of HSBC. So they've got strict, closed, moderated rules in Gmail and HSBC and many of these brand names to actually keep it for internal use and to actually enhance the trust and reliability that's felt within the system. Okay. You've seen the picture. We don't need to worry. Oh, there it is again. This is some of the thinking. You know, MTN is one of the African brands that has registered a top-level domain. They may land up actually giving you and I a name. BMW is a global name. Well, maybe if I've bought a BMW, they'll give me a name. What's more likely to happen is you're going to find that my engine management system is actually going to get a unique naming convention so that it can communicate back with head office. There are really interesting things that are happening at the moment amongst the brands, amongst new top levels, and in my view, Africa needs to participate not just on a civil society policy level, but as part of the business, because as part of the business, we can actually drive an African agenda within this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. So, are there any questions for any of the panelists? And I think there'll be a mic. Can I take this? Yep, please. Over there in red. While we're getting the microphone, lunch will be just served outside once we're done. So not much of a commute.
One of my questions is around the numbers. And you gave the numbers like for example, you gave the number that there is 6.5% annual growth in domain names. What is the daily take-up? That is what I would like to know. Like, do you have a number of how many users are taking up domain names every day or every month?
So who's best to answer this question? Is it more Duncan?
So let me volunteer an answer over there because it's a very difficult one. And at the moment, the statistics are collected by a number of different people and they're not that well distributed. So it's quite difficult to actually understand the exact number of names that are taken up. So VeriSign, who runs CommonNet, issue a biannual report so we get to see where they are. They do some analysis and trend analysis on who else is registering and where you're seeing numbers go up and go down. One of the developments that we've seen in recent years is what we call portfolio investors. So people who've started investing in portfolios of names. Now, some of them, as Duncan said, are cyber squatters, people who are trying to extort rent from a trademark holder. More common, and that's actually become a really minor portion of what we're seeing. Domain investors tend to choose names that they think may have some value, and people may go there. Sometimes they typographic errors of famous names, sometimes they are famous names, often they're just generic names. And even if there's zero content on there, they put adverts, and again, a number of the big online advertising places like Google are in part driving this industry, because if you get enough clicks on a website, even if there's zero on it other than those adverts, you can actually generate reasonable returns on your website until maybe in 5 years' time somebody comes along and says, that's a nice name, I'll buy it from you for a premium, but in the meantime you've at least recovered your costs, if not more, for dozens of years before that. So news.com, XXX.com, these are names that have been sold for millions of dollars. Now the top level domains, also very expensive process, a split between premium and non-premium names. So it's very difficult to give you an exact answer. And at the moment, there is work being done at the Internet Observatory, which is part of the African Pacific Regional Internet Registry. And they're doing some research to see how they can gather some of these stats. But at the moment, the stats that we get are somewhat imperfect, especially because they're skewed because country code names don't report their stats. Top-level domains or generic top-level domains do report their stats because they pay ICANN a small tax per name that is registered. So we at least see most of that.
I know that you did address this, Jimson, you addressed this, what are the problems to preventing African businesses from getting involved in the business of this. You did address it, but to be quite honest, I didn't really understand. I mean, it sounds like you've got potential for great business models that can work and can generate money, and Africans are good business people. So what's really holding us back?
Yeah, excellent question. One thing about business people is that they don't want to lose their investment. They want to be sure that when they do invest, they're going to get their money back and with profit. If you take a Nigerian case as an example, before the federal government intervened, the old GTTLD, CCTLD, was really rancorous. There was a bitter fight over the ownership. And so it created a very bad atmosphere for that business. So when the government now came and intervened, then there was serious reluctance, for institution taking up the domain. For example, the Central Bank of Nigeria, you can imagine, is using, they say, .com. So if today it embraces .ng, then you see there'll be a bandwagon event that is other banks taking it up. So confidence is the issue that needs to be addressed. So investors, they are concerned about their investment. If they invest into it, will they get the right support? So that's why we're discussing now that we need to come together, articulate proper policy framework, strategy to ensuring that the tide is turned. And we are on that process. We have identified that. We've seen that clearly.
Just 1 minute. We have 5 more minutes before lunch, so probably another answer into question.
I just wanted to add to it's a good question anyway. Today, Africa only has 8 to 9 registrars, actually, meaning accredited registrar by ICANN. None of them is making any profit. And one of the reasons being that, of course, before you are accredited by ICANN, it comes with a cost. You have to pay something on that. But the issue now you are going to face is your insurance. You have to be insured, you insure your business. And registrars today are telling us, at least from Africa, that the insurance companies fail to see what their business look like. Some of them cannot go to the bank to have any, So this is a big issue for Africans. So some of them are just being insured by kind of US, insurance companies. So they are sending money to the US to be insured. So then we need to work on the African environment, at least so that people get their insurance, within Africa, but not to be sending money outside Africa. It is a big issue for them, and we need to work on that, for instance. And this is a big issue for Africans.
Sorry, I was just assuring Pierre not to worry, it'll be sorted. It's on the agenda for the next board meeting. I'm shepherding a resolution in that regard. Let me disagree with my colleagues. Personally, I don't think it has anything to do with government intervention, nor do I believe it is anything to do with the obstacles that African registries face, though they do make their business more complex. I think there are 3 issues in my view. The first is domains are commodities. in this day and age, unless, as Duncan pointed out, you're talking about specialized domains to deal with a specialized product or service that you want to be specifically associated. The rest, it's commoditized. Go and register a .com for $7 a year, less if you're taking hosting with the name. Go and register a .net and .org, a .tk for free if you're willing to be associated with a country code that's become notorious for spam. But there are dozens of options and opportunities out there. So the first thing is, in a commoditized environment, you need to be cheap, you need to be efficient, you need to be effective. You also need to market yourselves and differentiate yourselves. And I think the reasons why Africans have not been doing that is because of a combination of a lack of confidence in ourselves. We associate, and what Jimson was saying, no, the central bank uses a .com because it has more legitimacy than using a .ng. So we need to actually take pride in ourselves. We can do it on this continent. There is nothing to be embarrassed or ashamed about in using our country code. The second thing is that there is a drive of investment in infrastructure. I'm biased because my employer, I do have a day job, is focused on this, but fiber optic connections, carrier neutral data centers are springing up all over Africa. That is going to be a critical driver. And then the third issue is lack of awareness. Africans are not aware, they're not watching this, that there are opportunities. And again, my view, maybe because I'm risk averse, is that you start off small and you start playing with a portfolio. Then you start selling names and associated services. Then you become a registrar. Then you look at registry operations potentially into the future. Many of our colleagues want to go in at the top level and say, we want to start at the top. There are too many barriers and restrictions, and we don't know how to then cope when we're facing, for example, GoDaddy as a registrar with close on 37% of the GTLD market. They're a beast. Taking them on requires you to be incredibly clever, incredibly knowledgeable, and people need to build that knowledge and awareness over time. It's not something that will happen overnight.
Okay, if I may just quickly, well, the issue of enhanced cooperation, just to clear that part quickly, I am a member of the CSTD working group on the enhanced cooperation, and it's correct, there's been no definite definition yet, but from the business community, we are very clear that, look, we want to enhance the cooperation, it should be bringing in all stakeholders together. This is from our perspective. And the angle of government that I meant is that if you go to many government officers in Nigeria today, 90%, over 90%, they use yahoo.com, they use gmail.com. Even though they say, oh, embrace.ng, but they themselves, see, there is no political will, no policy framework to push it. So that is what we're trying to address, and it has a bandwagon effect in Africa. Once the government moves, then it carries the society along, at least working together in an enhanced form.
Sorry. Okay, I think we only have one question possibility, if anyone's interested, before we go for lunch. Any questions? Yes, please.
I think it's for Pierre. You touched on the US MOU with ICANN, and that it has been renewed just for 1 year. Just maybe some clarification on that and the US's intention. Why 1 year? And who else can have such a relationship with ICANN?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. I will touch on it, and obviously my colleague will also come in. He's on the board, so he. Yes, I mean, the way ICANN operates is under a contract with the US government. This has been going on anyway. What makes that one particular is that we are also now going through an exercise whereby the NTIA, the American government, is keen to actually hand over oversight of the IANA functions, you know. And the point is that there are a few criteria. I mean, they are requesting a few things. You have to keep internet, you know, of course, single interoperability, secure, all of those things are there. But they're also saying that it has not to be run by a government or a group of governments, you know, which is, it's not about the United Nations, it's not about specific, you know, country. It has to be a platform to guarantee those different criteria. But normally, the contract, you know, it's always 3 years contract. But the one we are kind of, you know, under now is, ends end of September, you know, coming September. But at the same time, we are not ready enough to actually table that platform that the US government is looking for, because we are still working on those things. I mean, the community is working. We have so many groups working on a platform, which specific platform we are suggesting to address the issue of oversight of the IANA functions, one part, but also one document we are developing on the accountability to ICANN, because once we stop that contract with the US government, then how is ICANN going to be accountable? So you need to also have this in mind. So because we are not yet there, the US government then decided to extend the contract only for 1 year, so that we are in a position to table the proposals for the US government to react on that, and then we have time to implement, you know, whatever platform we agreed on. That's why we are talking about 1 year, you know, extension of the contract. But the US government also said that it can also be extended for yet 3 years' time. Of course, question you may be putting is, some is on the literature, there on the article saying that, well, is the US government really willing to hand over this thing? I mean, these are questions being put, but no answers for that. But at least for those who are following the US, you know, politics, know that, okay, we are heading to elections, and there might be change, you know, in terms of, you know, of course, the president is going to change. Whoever going to win might come with kind of different stance on this oversight thing. We don't know yet. But that's also, we wanted to have this momentum. That's why, that's what explained the 1 year contract as of now. Okay?
If I can add very quickly, maybe there's a little bit of confusion in terms of the naming convention. So ICANN used to have 2 contractual instruments binding itself to the US government. The first was a memorandum of understanding, which set out certain modes of operation. The second was a highly technical procurement contract, which goes back to John Postel's days, where the US government buys the IANA service from ICANN at $0. So it's a zero-charge procurement contract for ICANN to operate the service, run under procurement, US government procurement regulations. And it goes back to when John Postel at USC was performing the same service. They used to buy it from him at $0. So what happened is about 4 years ago, we allowed the MOU between ICANN and the US government to lapse. And instead we put in place an affirmation of commitment where we recognized each other and we recognized ICANN has certain responsibilities. So that's ICANN growing up and behaving like an adult, but the procurement contract for the IANA contract still stays in place. Now what the US government is saying, we think that you're mature enough that we're now actually going to let somebody else run and oversee the procurement contract. You come and suggest who's going to oversee this procurement. And there have been a number of suggestions. A third party, ICANN itself, there have been various approaches. At the moment, the view is generally that ICANN as a structure with some changes would be an appropriate place for that function to continue, but the maturity that it had reached is not yet adequate for it to be cut loose, and that needs to be enhanced. So at the moment, what Pierre is talking about is 2 parallel streams. The one is to deal with the practical day-to-day operation of IANA, highly technical, in some respects quite easy, And the other one is prove to the community that you're mature enough to be the entity that oversees IANA without an adult in the room. A little bit more difficult. The US Department of Commerce, through the National Transport and Infrastructure Administration, Telecommunications Infrastructure Administration, has said, we're not looking at this piecemeal. Come to us with a final proposal as to what you think is adequate. We'll assess it and we'll say yes, no. And then, obviously, as Pierre was indicating, there's issues of taking it through Congress and changes that are coming through. The critical thing is, as ICANN, we've recognized, you know what, we do have some growing up to do. There is some maturing. Whether the NTIA accepts the proposal or not, we need to grow up. So we're looking at how to implement some of these processes to improve our institutional accountability and performance. And if it leads to a transition, that's fine. If not, as Pierre says, we'll do it at some later stage. But we need to fix some of our internal problems and make ourselves better in a process of continuous improvement. And we hope that that's going to achieve a situation where NTIA says, fine, we don't need a contract anymore. Hopefully, just my personal view, we engage more and more governments so that they feel part of it, because we still have this affirmation of commitments with the US government. I personally would love to have affirmation of commitments to 20, 40, 50, 500 other governments as well, because I think we're responsible globally to everyone, and governments are a good place to start. They're not the only ones, but it's a useful place to say, we're responsible and you give us the space to actually get on and do our thing.
I think that ends it and lunch is outside. Thank you all for joining. Thank you, panelists.